of the 5-day program on effective curriculum implementation. We will be now, today morning, we'll be covering a session on quality assurance in technical education. Well, friends, there is a slight change in the program also, kindly note it down. Today, Professor S.K. Gupta is, due to some circumstances, not able to join the office. So today afternoon, instead of having a session on project planning, organizing and evaluation, we will have a session on student evaluation, which was scheduled for Thursday afternoon. It will be on now Wednesday afternoon. All right. And I think all the centers and my friends in the studio also know Dr. Pavla very well. He has over 30 years of experience in the technical education, and out of that, more than 3 years of experience working as a principal of Chandigarh College of Engineering and Technology. And we could not find a better person than Dr. Pavla to talk about quality assurance in technical education. And I am sure that many polytechnics and engineering colleges, universities at the various nodal centers must be inspiring to get NBA accreditation. It has become now mandatory also. If you have any question related to NBA accreditation, about quality control in the polytechnics or in the engineering colleges, you can ask questions from Dr. Pavla. He will. I happened to listen to him at earlier occasions also. He delivers lecture in such a simple way that there will not be any doubts in your mind anyway. His way of delivery in the classroom is such a way that he leaves nothing to doubt among the students. But still, you have some reservations, some kind of questions in your mind related to NBA and other things, anything related to quality control in the technical education. You can ask questions from Dr. Pavla. And with this small introduction, I like to now hand over the session to Dr. Pavla to kindly.
Okay,
these are the 9 centers.
Thank you, Singla, and I welcome to all the participants in the studio with me, as well as the participants from the centers which are connected to us through internet. As far as Singla told you, I will talk on quality assurance in technical education. Now, before we talk about quality assurance in technical education, let us see what is quality. Every day, in and out, industry tells us that what you are producing is not quality. That means they say that your students are not quality students. And there have been many surveys which say that only 20 to 25% of the students which are passing from our colleges have employable skills. That means directly or indirectly they are saying that you are not doing what you are supposed to do, what you are required to do. We are trying our best to give the inputs so that we produce. In fact, we also want to produce quality. It is not that we don't want to produce quality, but there is somewhere gap. Gap is that what we produce, they say is not usable. At the same time, we cannot be producing the students for a particular type of industry, because what we do is we produce generic type of students who are capable of taking up a varied role in the industries. It may be manufacturing industry, it may be process industries, it may be government departments, it may be teaching departments. So we are producing students who can fit a varied role in the employment scenario. But at the same time, we are not saying that we will not listen to our client system, to industry, and we will not improve the system. So let us see what can be done. What can be done to improve quality? Now, before we can improve quality, we should know what is quality. What is quality? What is the meaning of quality? Quality is basically whatever you are producing, it should be able to meet the intended function, right? Whatever we are producing, we are producing graduates, we are producing diploma holders, we are producing PGs. Now we have some aim, we have a goal in our minds that after passing this program, my students will be able to do such things. That means we have a function to perform. So in fact, when you are producing any component also, let's say you are manufacturing something. Let's say you are producing bread. What is the function? That it should meet the requirement. That means the people should eat it. They should like it. And if we produce something which people do not like, which is not eatable, what do we do with that? Nothing. You have to throw the whatever you produced. So quality is basically the simplest form of the definition of quality is fitness to use. That means whatever we produce, it should be fit for some uses. Some uses in the sense that for the purpose for which we have produced it. It should be usable. Now there is another term which can be called as quality control. Quality control is, that means you are trying to control the quality of your product at different stages. We also do it. In teaching also we do it. What do? We take, let's say, mid-semester test. The idea is to see whether the students are learning or not. Idea is not to evaluate them. It is just to see the effectiveness of the system also. कि जो हमने पढ़ाया है उन्हें सीखा भी कुछ. Or I have given a lecture to you. Now my aim is that you should not listen to lecture. That is not the only aim. The only thing is that you should understand and act on it. You should be able to understand and act on it. If you are given a situation in which you want to ensure quality, you should be able to do that. At least you should be able to list what is quality and what is the required function it has to do it, whether it is meeting or not. Right? Quality control is, that means you are trying to control. You are taking some measurements somewhere, some data you are taking, and you are trying to correct your system. Now third parameter here is quality assurance, the topic which we have. Now what is quality assurance then? Quality control and quality assurance. Quality assurance is, that means we want to ensure that the quality will be good. There is no use of in-process quality. When we are doing the thing, we don't have to do anything. The systems are such, the processes are such that it will ensure that whatever you produce, it will be good quality. Right? Good quality means that you will be able to use it for the intended function. Quality people have gone beyond quality also. That means beyond the minimum required use. You take example of a pen. There is a pen which is available for 2 rupees and it writes beautifully. Flow is very good. You try that. 2 rupees pen. Plastic wala jo pen aata hai. Then you have a pen on you get for 500 rupees also. It may not write, but the function there is a status symbol that I have a 500 rupees pen. So there will be a primary function, there will be a secondary function. Primary function of the pen is to write, but there is secondary function attached to it that when I put it in my pocket, it should look good. Here the secondary function has somewhere taken over the primary function. Right? In addition to engineering, I should be able to sell the product also as an engineer. Sometimes when you are in a job which needs only sales, selling, probably your engineering skills may not be of much use. That means the secondary function has taken over. ready for something beyond the minimum. Now let's come back to quality assurance in technical education. That means you want to ensure that whatever you will produce, this will be of good quality, right? That means whatever students are passing out from your college, they'll be employable. All of them will be employable. That is what we want to ensure. Now, how do we ensure it? How do we make sure that whatever students are passing out from your institute, they have the employable skills. They can directly go and contribute to the client system. What should be done? What should be done? Okay, we'll come to that. And who will certify that whatever you are producing is a quality product? We'll come to these two things. Okay, before we talk about quality, what are the issues in teaching learning? Student intake, qualification, and quantity. Staff, biggest problem of technical education these days is the qualification and competency of the faculty. We need faculty. We say we need good teachers. Leave aside good teachers. There are no teachers. Even minimum required numbers of teachers are not there. And the basic problem with teaching in engineering is that there is no structured program which will give you inputs on teaching. Today you pass your masters, tomorrow you are asked to take a class. Whereas even for nursery teacher training, there is a nursery teaching training school, a training certificate. For engineering, there is none. Right? Teaching processes. What are the issues in teaching processes? That they should be transparent and there should be some control mechanism. Assessment. I normally say, it is not my saying, yes, I have borrowed it somebody, that if you want to change the technical education system, change the evaluations process. If you change the evaluation process, everything will change. What we are doing is, we are not actually evaluating what they have learned. We have not defined what they are required to learn. We are not doing that. Unless we change that, unless we do away with this examination system of doing 5 questions out of 8, I think things will not change. Courses, that means the curriculum, it should be up to date and relevant, right? We keep on adding things. We will teach this also, this also. I'm from mechanical engineering department, so I say we want to teach CAD CAM also, we want to teach advanced welding also, but we are not deleting anything from it, right? We should update, we should change with time, and whenever required, that should be taught. Facilities. Facilities means resources, physical resources. Enough setups for doing the experimentation. Enough classrooms, equipped classrooms. Enough human resources also. We have talked about the teachers earlier. Okay, questions are talked about accreditation. This is not done at all. A little background on Washington College, why I am talking about it. If any person, engineering graduate from India, goes to Canada or Australia or New Zealand, he is not allowed to work as engineer. They say, okay, you pass an exam, there, you give you give some tests and pass an exam, which is called P engineering, professional engineering exam, then only you can work. That means our engineers are not being taken as equal to the engineers passing out from those countries. Which countries? These are the countries. So what is Washington Accord? Washington Accord is an international accreditation agreement for professional engineering academic. It is only for UG programs. Established in 1989, the signatories as of 2007 are such and such. India was not, up to 2014, India was not a member, permanent member of this. Right? That means these countries, Australia, Canada, Ireland, Hong Kong, Japan, New Zealand, Singapore, South Africa, if somebody from these countries migrated to other country within these group, they were accepted as full-fledged engineers. Whereas if somebody from other countries, other than these, including India, went there, they said, no, we will not recognize your degree. You have to pass some more exams. You have to do some courses. You have to do some project work. So the idea was that this group recognizes that there is a substantial equivalency of programs accredited by those signatories. Now it is not between the countries. The agreement is not between the countries actually. Agreement is between the accrediting bodies. The institutions, the bodies which are autonomous, they are not under government control. It is between those bodies that, okay, we are the accrediting bodies and governments accept that. Okay, let's say Government of India, we have a accrediting body called National Board of Accreditation. Another body is NAC and NAAC, National Assessment and Accreditation Council. Now these are two different bodies. I will not go into that detail. Graduates of accredited programs in any of the signatory countries are recognized by the other signatory countries as having met the academic requirements for entry to the practice of engineering. That is what I was telling. Now in June 2014, India and Sri Lanka became permanent signatories. That means we became member of that. That means students passing out from Indian institutions which are accredited by National Board of Accreditation, NBA, they will be taken as equivalent to, they will be allowed to work in all those countries which I have shown. But there is a string attached to it. What NBA has done is, they have divided the institutions into two parts, Tier 1 and Tier 2 institutions. Tier 1 institutions are those, basically, broadly speaking, who have control over their curriculum, like universities. And I'm told there are some people from universities also here, and there are some universities connected to this. So they are basically the institutions like autonomous institutions, deemed universities, institutions which are part of the university, right? So they are Tier 1 institutions. The other institutions which are affiliated institutions, like our institute is affiliated to Punjab University. We are a Tier 2 institute. Now this जो equivalence जो हुई है पहले Washington Accord में जो entry हमारी हुई है, that is only for Tier 1 institutions, right? Now how do people come to know whether it is an accredited institute or not? If you go to NBA website, there is a link on that. There is called as accreditation register. वेब रजिस्टर है जिसमें सारी इंस्टीट्यूशन का नाम है कि ये इंस्टीट्यूशन में ये वाला प्रोग्राम जो है accredited है. Now institute is not accredited by NBA. NBA accredits only a program. प्रोग्राम भी जैसे मैकेनिकल इंजीनियरिंग में आप दो प्रोग्राम चला रहे हो, बीटेक एंड एमटेक. अगर बीटेक accredited है तो बीटेक ही accredited है, ये नहीं कि मैकेनिकल इंजीनियरिंग डिपार्टमेंट accredited हो गई. So there is a difference between NAC approach. NAC जो है वो यूनिवर्सिटी और इंस्टीट्यूट को पूरे को accredit करती है, whereas NBA accredits only a program, right? Anyway, that is a big issue which we can discuss. This I wanted to introduce to you that India and Sri Lanka, India became a permanent signatory. These countries which are part of that Washington Accord, they are called signatories. Permanent signatories. There are some provisional signatories also, right? Now, when we coming to quality again. You see, idea was why our engineers were not accepted. They were feeling that we are not following the required processes while granting the certificates. Please don't talk. While granting the certificates, that we are not following the process. Then we showed them. It took a long time. It is not that we applied and yet today we have applied and tomorrow they have given us the permanent signatory situation. Those people came. They came. This Washington Accord people came. They sat in our widgets, NBA widgets, and they have seen the processes. When they were satisfied that okay, you are doing what we want, your process is equivalent to what we are doing it, then they said okay, now you are fit for this. We will allow you to be a permanent signatory. Now, what is this quality? When we talk of quality, we talk of quality at 3 stages. Quality of design. That means how well you are designing the programs. Have you thought of anything before designing the program? When we thought of starting a degree program, UG program in mechanical engineering, did we think about it? What my students will be able to do? Right? What is my vision about the program? क्या प्रोड्यूस करूंगा मैं? कैसे स्टूडेंट प्रोड्यूस करूंगा? And how I will do it? क्या मेरे प्रोसेसेस होंगे? कैसा मैंने करिकुलम डिजाइन किया? क्या क्या कॉम्पिटेंसी मैं उनमें डेवलप करूंगा so that they are employable? Did I think about it? या नहीं? इस बार देखा कि मैकेनिकल इंजीनियरिंग में बहुत एडमिशन हो रही है, हम 300 सीटें कर देते हैं 60 की जगह मैकेनिकल इंजीनियरिंग के. ऐसा ही हुआ हमारे यहाँ पे, लोगों ने ऐसा किया. We have not thought, we have not followed the process. Although we may be successful, that okay, आपकी सीटें 300 की 300 भर गई, but we have not followed the due process. So quality of design means how well we have designed the program, how well we have listed the requirements. Quality of conformance to design. हमने तो कहा कि हमारे 3 लेक्चर 1 ट्यूटोरियल होगा एज पर द करिकुलम डिजाइन बुकलेट, बट हमने सोचा कि अगर 60 बच्चों के 3 ग्रुप बना देंगे तो वहां पे 3 टीचर चाहिए 20-20 के. तो आई वेंट टू सम कॉलेजेस, दे सेड कि सर हम तो इसको एक लेक्चर ही कन्वर्ट कर देते हैं. उससे क्या हुआ? 3 टीचर की जगह 1 टीचर लग गया, 3 क्लासरूम जो लगे थे उनकी जगह 1 क्लासरूम लग गया. But the basic purpose of tutorial has been defeated. Why tutorials were given? Tutorials were given so that the teacher can have individual attention. Students can have individual attention they can have individual interaction with the teacher. But that has been defeated because we wanted to save on resources. उसमें तो हमने लिखी कि लैब होगी जिसमें everybody will sit on a computer. बट हमारे सामने तो कंप्यूटर लगाया नहीं, हम कहते नहीं 3-3 बैठ जाओ. हमने तो कहा था क्विज़ेस भी होंगी, हमने कहा था प्रोजेक्ट वर्क होगा, प्रोजेक्ट वर्क तो बच्चों ने खरीद के दे दिया बाहर से. प्रोजेक्ट वर्क तो हमने सीरियसली लिया ही नहीं. दैट मीन्स वी हैव नॉट कंफर्म टू द डिजाइन. डिजाइन तो करिकुलम में कहता था कि ये चीजें होनी चाहिए आपके पास. डिजाइन तो कहता है कि आप एक्सपर्ट्स को बुलाओगे बाहर से, इंडस्ट्री से, बट हमने तो बुलाया नहीं. थर्ड इज क्वालिटी ऑफ परफॉर्मेंस. हाउ द प्रोडक्ट परफॉर्म्स. वी हैव डिजाइंड इट, वी हैव कंफर्म टू द डिजाइन आल्सो. जो डिजाइन में कहा था कि ऐसे ऐसे बनाना है, ऐसे ऐसे बना भी दिया, बट हाउ डज इट परफॉर्म? How does it perform in the, let's say, internal examination? More important, how does it perform? The product performs in the job. Not immediately. One is immediately after passing out. Second is maybe after 3-4 years. Is he able to pick up? Have we given him the habit of self-study? Right? Now when we start with the anything, we first have to have, let's say you want to start an institute, you want to start a department, you want to start a program. We have to see what is our vision. Why do we want to start? What will my students do after passing the program? That is my vision. I can have very fancy words that I will make a world-class mechanical engineer. Nothing wrong. One should have a vision, high vision. But how to do it? That also I should write. I should specify how will I make him world-class. Vision. This is somebody's vision. To be a premier university that propagates the generation and dissemination of knowledge in cutting edge technologies. Vision तो मेरी ये है कि यूनिवर्सिटी जो है it will generate and disseminate knowledge in the very advanced technologies. Nothing wrong. Very good vision. But how do I translate it into action? How do I translate it into action? That is given in mission. Right? Mission is basically the way how will I achieve my vision. So let's see. To deliver quality academic programs based on state-of-the-art R&D. That means I want to generate and disseminate knowledge in cutting-edge technology. For that, what I will do, what my university will do, it will deliver quality academic programs based on state-of-the-art R&D. Right? It will attract and nurture quality minds who will contribute towards the global knowledge economy. To inculcate a strong research culture within a dynamic, efficient and effective team of academic and support staff. To be financially self-sustaining via education and commercialization of R&D products and services. That is the mission. That is how I'll achieve my vision. That means before starting the university, I have set some goal. I have set a long-term goal, and I have set how I will achieve this. Now, when I come to a program, this is the university. I come to a department. Now, the department vision and mission has to be derived from university vision and mission, or the institute vision and mission. है ना? यूनिवर्सिटी तो कह रही है कि मेरे रिसर्च बेस्ड प्रोग्राम होंगे, डिपार्टमेंट कहती नहीं है. It cannot. Department cannot deviate from the institute or university vision and mission, because department vision and mission has to help in attainment of the university vision and mission. So under the university there is a faculty of engineering and technology. उसकी vision and mission देखो. To be a competitive engineering faculty that innovates learning and research as well as supports the production of versatile graduates in facing the challenges of globalization. If you see the earlier vision and this vision, it has been derived from that. It is a part of university vision. And how will do it? How will that faculty of engineering will do it? To produce competent engineers who will drive and support the economy of the country. Just see, same things he is talking, but at a little lower level. To function as a leading faculty for R&D activities, to serve as a catalyst for ideas, resources of ICT. I am not saying that your institute will have the same vision and mission. No, it is not required. You can have different vision and mission, and you should have your own vision and mission. Unless you have vision and mission, you cannot design a program. You should not design a program. Because to produce competent engineers who will drive and support the economy of the country, to function as a leading faculty for R&D activities, whatever now the subjects you will write or the program outcomes you will write, it will be derived, it will be now oriented towards R&D activities. Right? Maybe the general engineering program has 2 mathematics programs. Your program will have 5 mathematics courses because you want to go more into mathematical aspects. Or you may have a particular type of experimentation which leads to research and development in, let's say, process industries. So once you have written the vision and mission, then you write what your students will do. You write the program. Actually now we call it as outcomes. Program outcomes. So what the program is preparing graduates for their career and professional accomplishments. क्या करेंगे हमारे students? After passing the 4 years program, what our students will do? I should be very clear. Right? Consistent with the institution mission, and it should be developed with the involvement of all the stakeholders. Who are the stakeholders in your program? Students is one whose career is at stake. Who else? Faculty also, because their reputation, their continuation in job is also depending on the learning outcomes, what the students perform. Who else? Parents who are paying for it. Industry, client, employers as a whole. Government, state governments and central government. So, all the stakeholders, they should be involved. It should start from the actually end user. That okay, what do you want my students to do? He says, okay, they should know basic manufacturing, they should know computer, they should know how to speak, they should know how to work in a team. So if we know the requirements of the client, where our students have to work, probably we can, from the very beginning, start working on those aspects, isn't it? But if you do not know what our students will be doing, then it is not possible. Right? Expected to know and able to perform or attain by the time of graduation, that is the outcome actually. Program outcomes. Okay. There are two terms being used, objectives and outcomes. Program, when we say, let's say I have a course, I say course objectives. Course objective is basically what I feel is that what I am supposed to cover in this course. है ना? मैंने एयर कंडीशनिंग, मैंने सी प्रोग्रामिंग पढ़ानी है, तो सी प्रोग्रामिंग में क्या पढ़ाऊंगा? बेसिक वेरिएबल पढ़ाऊंगा, हाउ टू राइट ए प्रोग्राम, सिंटैक्स पढ़ाऊंगा, उसमें मैं फंक्शंस पढ़ाऊंगा, ठीक है, मेमोरी मैनेजमेंट पढ़ाऊंगा. That is my objective. Outcome is what the students will be able to do. Right? Students should be able to write a program to solve a problem. है ना? वो मुझे C++ C पढ़ाने का कोई फायदा नहीं है, unless my students are able to write a program and give a solution to the problem. Right? So I should be very clear. What is objective and what is outcome? I should be able to define the program outcomes. क्या मेरा student करेगा after 4 years and maybe after 3-4 years of graduation. And another term is course outcomes. That means why I am teaching that program. Many colleges I have gone. Students are being taught, let's say, electrical engineering, basic electrical engineering and mechanical engineering students. I said, why should you study this? Now, students give their own answers because they have not been told why they should study. There is a lot of resistance from the students in mathematics programs and, let's say, engineering programs, mechanical engineering programs, civil engineering programs. Why? Failure rate is very high. Why it is there? Because we have never tried to tell the students why they should study this. Why they should study mathematics, where they'll use in their mechanical engineering or civil engineering or electrical engineering. What is the uses? And the teacher never connects it to engineering. नहीं? C प्रोग्रामिंग पढ़ाते हैं बच्चों को तो b स्क्वायर माइनस 4 इसी तक की रूट्स ऑफ इक्वेशन निकाल के छोड़ देते हैं. इंजीनियरिंग में कभी नहीं कराया हमने कि क्या करता है, कंप्यूटर क्या करेगा इन इंजीनियरिंग. Why C programming should be taught to a mechanical engineer? We have not told him. Right? Now, these are the program outcomes which every engineering pass out should have. Irrespective of the discipline, you will see that there will be no mention of any discipline here. इसमें computer science, mechanical engineering, electrical engineering नहीं होगा. ये generic है, and you adapt it to your discipline. That means when you are making the curriculum, when you are designing the program, when you are making the delivery system, you should keep all these aspects into mind. That okay, when my students pass after 4 years, I should be able to develop, I should be able to help them in attaining these outcomes. Let's say what are the outcomes. First outcome is engineering knowledge. It says that apply knowledge of mathematics, science, engineering fundamentals, and an engineering specialization. Just see, an engineering specialization. It is not saying that mechanical engineering or computer engineering. So that means every engineer should have to the solution of complex engineering problems. That means basic mathematics, basic sciences, basic engineering, and one specialization in engineering. He should be able to apply to give solution to the complex engineering problems. Why do we need engineers in society? What will happen? Just look around yourself. There is nothing which is not engineering. The chair you are sitting on is engineering creation. The camera you are using, the mic I am using, the laptop I am using, the pen I am using, right? They are all engineering creations. So engineers are required to make the life of human beings more convenient. Anything you see, right? Although we have gone toward destruction also, but aim is that we work to the convenience of the human being. We want to reduce fatigue. We want to reduce human nature, human effort, right? We want to make you more comfortable. And engineering is a profession where engineers' work affects the other people, safety of other people, comfort of other people, right? So we should not design anything. We should not give any product which is not safe, which will add to the discomfort of the people. All aspects should be seen. So first engineering outcome is, program outcome is engineering knowledge. That means they should be clear about mathematics, basic sciences, engineering fundamentals, and engineering specialization to the solution of complex engineering problems in their own fields. I am not saying that you work in other fields. Although there is a requirement that you should be able to work in interdisciplinary aspects also. Problem analysis. Identify, formulate research literature, and analyze complex engineering problems, reaching substantiate conclusion using first principle of mathematics, natural sciences, and engineering sciences. Idea is what I understand from this is that you should not leave the basics of mathematics, basic sciences also. If you see we will be able to do without mechanical physics, no, we cannot. Research cannot proceed. You may be able to do, you may be able to apply already existing technologies, that is okay. But if you want to do research, it will not. I'll give you an example, small example. We are washing clothes with hands and we were squeezing also. Lot of effort was going into it. है ना, कपड़े सुखाते थे, निचोड़ते थे, बहुत effort जाती थी. Then somebody thought that there is something called centrifugal force, centrifuge. मैंने कहा ठीक है, इसके लिए कपड़े धोने का बनाएंगे हम, and कपड़े सुखाएंगे इसी से. Basic centrifugal force people have used in dryers, right? Nail cutter है आपका, आप नेल को काट के देखो, वैसे है ना, कटता नहीं, आप जितना मर्जी ले हो. बट जब आपने बेसिक अप्लाइड मैकेनिक्स का जो बेसिक लीवर प्रिंसिपल लगाया कि लीवर इनटू लीवर फोर्स, एफर्ट इनटू एफर्ट फोर्स एंड लोड इनटू लोड फोर्स, उससे कट गया नेल हमारा, राइट? सो बेसिक प्रिंसिपल नहीं भूलना, मतलब that should be applied. Sometimes I feel that what we are doing is we are teaching basic sciences in isolation to engineering aspects. Many times, what we feel is that we should stop teaching mathematics as a subject. Mathematics should be integrated with the mechanical engineering, with the electrical engineering, with the civil engineering subjects. If I knew differential equations in strength of materials, it should be taught as a part of the strength of material. Probably I will be able to integrate it better. This is my personal view. Okay, some people may feel offended also with this. So problem analysis, you should be able to identify, formulate research literature. Literature भी देखना उसको आना चाहिए, पता भी होना चाहिए कहाँ पे literature मिलेगा इसका. And analyze complex engineering problems, reaching substantiated conclusions using first principles of mathematics, natural sciences and engineering sciences. Third is design and development of solutions. This is the third competency, this is the third outcome which every engineer should have. Design solutions for complex engineering problems and design system components or processes that meet specified needs with appropriate consideration for public health and safety, cultural, societal and environmental considerations. He should be able to design and develop solutions that meet the specified needs with consideration for public health, safety, culture. As I said, engineers' work affects the health, wealth and safety of others. Conduct investigations. An engineer should be able to conduct investigations of complex problems using research-based knowledge and research method. That means it should not be a hit and trial solution. It should be based on the scientific principles, right? Research methods include design of experiments, analysis and interpretation of data and synthesis of information to provide valid conclusions. Based on his work, his investigation, he should be able to give a conclusion which is based on facts, on data, substantiated conclusions. Modern tool uses. ऐसा नहीं है कि मैं तो कैलकुलेटर से ही करूंगा. When you have computer available, when you have the programs available, use those tools, whatever tools are there. So create, select and apply appropriate techniques, resources and modern engineering and IT tools, including prediction and modeling to complex engineering activities with an understanding of the limitations. What it says is, use modern engineering and IT tools, including prediction and modeling. We say, we will not actually do the things, we will simulate on the computer. Right? We will write a mathematical model which will simulate the behavior of the process or component, working of the process or working of the product, which will simulate. We will simulate on the computer how it will work. आईसी इंजन हम बनाएंगे नहीं, पहले इसको हम मॉडल कर लेंगे and we will run it. We'll change different parameters and see the behavior. We should be able to do that. But at the same time, we should have an understanding of the limitations. What are the limitations of this? What are the limitations of mathematical modeling? Can we have one-to-one modeling? 100% हमने predict कर लिया है कि नहीं कर लिया है? 100% हमने conversion कर लिया है कि नहीं mathematics में? That we should have, we should know. Engineers and society. As I say, the engineers which we are producing, they will not work in isolation. They have to work in society. So that they should have concern about societal health, safety, legal and cultural issues so that we don't offend anybody. किसी को ऐसा ना लगे कि मेरे अगेंस्ट काम कर रहा है, मेरे रिलीजन के अगेंस्ट काम कर रहा है, मेरे कल्चर के अगेंस्ट काम कर रहा है. And in the process, one is you will start getting resistance from the society itself. Right? He should know what are the societal, health, safety, legal and cultural issues connected with what he is doing and what are his responsibilities. कि किसी कल्चर में ये फिट नहीं होता कोई चीज, वैसी चीज मत बनाओ. As an engineer, as a professional engineer, you should be aware that okay, I should not hurt anybody's cultural, societal, health and cultural issues. Environment and sustainability. Understand the impact of professional engineering solutions on societal and environmental context and demonstrate knowledge of and needs of sustainable development. Environment is our responsibility. I think a very big danger these days we have. People are going that okay, odd even scheme will be there. Somebody says no car day will be there. Why? Because we have spoiled the environment to such an extent that we have to now, probably we have not thought about these aspects earlier. So whatever we produce, we should not produce anything which affects our environment. We should produce, we should give the solutions which do not eat into the natural resources. They should preserve. They should be sustainable. They should be recyclable. Right? Ethics. Apply ethical principles and commit to professional ethics and responsibility and norms of engineering practices. We are not saying about the basic ethics कि सर को नमस्ते करना है आगे, उसकी बात नहीं कर रहे. हम इंजीनियरिंग में एथिक्स की बात कर रहे हैं. Engineering ethics क्या है? Let's say one of the ethics is that I will not take credit for somebody else's work. That is an ethic. Right? Individual and teamwork. The students who are passing out from our college, they should be able to work in team, especially in multidisciplinary teams also. As well as they should be able to work as team leaders. एक तो है ना इंडिविजुअली काम करना है, इंडिविजुअली काम बहुत बढ़िया करते हैं लोग. When it comes to team working, nobody wants to contribute. And maybe sometimes people may fail as team leaders also. Right? Communication. Communication is has become the most important aspect these days actually. And rightly so. You may be knowing many things, but if you are not able to present your work, if you are not able to present your work, you cannot write you are not able to produce a report. It is of no use. There may be very good persons, very intelligent persons who know things, but they are not able to present themselves. Let's say in teaching, there may be a teacher who is very intelligent, but he cannot express himself. He cannot deliver the lecture. No use. At the same time, there may be teachers who do not know the subject, but they are able to communicate. Again, it is of no use because they are not giving the required content. right? So as far as teaching is concerned, in our case, as a teacher, we should know what to teach and how to teach, both. Whereas our students who are passing from our colleges, they should communicate effectively on complex engineering activities with the engineering community and with the society at a large. When you have discussion within engineers, you may talk at a different level. You can talk in technical terms. You can write an equation also. But when you have to talk to society, probably that equation may not work there. You should know how to talk to people who are non-engineers, who are not from your discipline. If you are able to make them understand what you want, you are successful. If you are able to present your work to them, you are successful. Right? Project management and finance. Of course, as you move up, project management and finance are very important activities. So demonstrate knowledge and understanding of engineering and management principles and apply these to one's own work as a member and leader in a team to manage projects and in multidisciplinary environment. We have some inputs on project management, lifelong learning, very important. Recognize the need for and have the preparation and ability to engage in independent and lifelong learning in the broadcast context of technological change. Now I have given some program outcomes to you. That these are the program outcomes. These are the things which the student, when he passes out from your college, he should have. Now how does it help here? It helps because I have to take these things into consideration when I am designing the program, when I am designing the program curriculum, when I am designing the evaluation system, when I am designing the teaching learning system. Unless I give them the project work, which has to be given in a group tasks, how will they learn teamwork? How will they become team leaders? So my curriculum document, my program design has to be such that it includes all these things. Now, everything is not a subject. It is part of the main subjects which you have. If I say that he should make an analysis of the complex engineering problems, no, I don't think we have to give a subject on analysis of complex engineering problems. It has to be a part of each subject, right? If I say I have to give a sustainable design, it is part of the design project. If I say he has to use IT tools, modern engineering tools, it should be a part of it. If I say that I should be able to make a drawing in AutoCAD, doesn't mean that I should teach him AutoCAD. No, I should integrate that, okay, I will use computer-aided drafting as a part of the engineering drawing subject. Part of the things, drawing sheets he will make on the drawing board, and part of the sheets, this much minimal as a 5-6 sheets, he will make on the CAD software, AutoCAD, or some other software. So it has to be integrated. These program outcomes which I have talked, these are not different subjects. These are to be integrated as a whole in your curriculum. Then course outcomes. What are the course outcomes? Course outcomes are that are expected from a certain subject, and those are assessed and evaluated through various measurement tools. I was talking about program outcomes. Well, that means we should know what we are going to teach to as a result of the program, what my students will be able to do after going through the program for 4 years or 3 years diploma. Now let's say based on that program outcomes, I have listed some subjects. I have listed few areas which I will teach. Then for each area, let's say I want to teach refrigeration air conditioning. What will happen if I don't teach refrigeration air conditioning? What will happen if I don't teach refrigeration air conditioning to a mechanical engineering student? Or let's say, what will happen if I don't teach mathematics to a mechanical engineering student? Or in other say, in positive sense, why should I teach? What my student will gain by teaching mathematics, and how do I test him? कैसे टेस्ट करूंगा मैं? Right? Assessment tools. What type of assessment tools will be used in assessment? These are the tools which can be used for judging the attainment, what your students have learned. Exit surveys, exit interviews. P is basically program level. Alumni survey and interviews. They will tell alumni, if you call them after one year, they should be able to tell you कि सर आपने ये नहीं पढ़ाया, अगर ये मुझे पढ़ा होता तो मैं probably I would have performed better in my industry. Employer surveys and interviews. Employers can tell you where your students are good and where they are lacking. What should be done? Job offers, starting salaries, admission to graduate schools. That means graduate school means UG programs where you are offering, PG programs. Performance in group and internship assignments, assignment reports and tests. These are the some of the, it will continue. These are the assessment tools which can tell you the effectiveness of your program. What you have taught, which can be used to judge the performance of your students. These are the further tools I have taken from somewhere. Next, very important is CQI. Continuous quality improvement. Now what we are working towards, whole world is working towards what we call it as outcome based education. What is outcome based education? Outcome based education is basically, okay, before I come to outcome based education, what is the other type of education? The education which we are giving or which we are still giving, that is called input output based education system. That means we more focus on input. ठीक है, syllabus में लिखा है 3 lectures and 1 tutorial per week I have taken. Syllabus में लिखा है या content पढ़ाना है, I have taught. That means the system which we are following, it is a teacher based, professor centered system. Professor decides, professor delivers the lecture and goes back. If 16 हफ्ते का क्लास है, 16 हफ्ते का सेमेस्टर है, 16 चौके 64 पीरियड मैंने ले लिए, मेरी जिम्मेवारी खत्म हो गई. I have taught them, and probably I have taught them to my best capabilities. But whether the student has learned or not, I have not tried to see that. What the student has gained out of this? The system which all over India, all over world is being followed, that is called outcome based system. The system is student centered system. It is not what I teach. It is what the student learns. Right? Now we are concentrating on student learning. Now for student learning, what we have to do? First we should be very clear what the student should learn. ये जो मैंने आपको program outcomes बताई है पहले. We should be very clear what we want the student to learn after when he passes the program. Then we should decide that okay, I have to make him learn these things. What should I do? I should change my curriculum. I should change my teaching learning methodology process. I should change my evaluation system. है ना? अभी तो 8 से 8 में से 5 करने हैं क्वेश्चन. जिसके 90% मार्क्स आ गए वो बढ़िया इंजीनियर है, जिसका 60% आ गया वो घटिया इंजीनियर है ना? उसने कुछ सीखा हो 90% वाले ने या नहीं, बट इज ए बेटर इंजीनियर. So we are not trying to evaluate. There's something wrong with the evaluation. I don't know what should be done. My first sentence which I said that if you want to change engineering, change the evaluation system. So we have to change. Maybe we have to change the curriculum. We have to maybe I said it is not necessary that you should change the curriculum. You have to change the curriculum. You have to change the process. That means teaching learning process. You have to change the evaluation system. Okay, we have done all that. We had set a goal that my students will learn this. They will have these outcomes. I have given the inputs. Then I should test him whether he has learned or not. Right? If he has learned, okay. My probably मेरा पहले गोल था कि 70% स्टूडेंट्स का मेरा प्रोजेक्ट वर्क बहुत बढ़िया होना चाहिए. अगर आपने देखा कि 70% स्टूडेंट्स का प्रोजेक्ट वर्क बढ़िया हो गया, गुड, वेरी गुड, कांग्रेचुलेट योरसेल्फ. बट एट द सेम टाइम आप कहोगे पहले 70% था, मेरा 75% स्टूडेंट्स का प्रोजेक्ट वर्क बहुत बढ़िया होना चाहिए. रिवाइज योर गोल. इफ नॉट 70% आपके नहीं है स्टूडेंट्स का प्रोजेक्ट वर्क बढ़िया होगा, then it says go back, see where is the gap, why, what has happened, analyze it and revisit your processes, revisit your curriculum, revisit your evaluation system. That is continuous quality improvement. Lot of effort, lot of stress on continuous quality improvement. Improvements based on feedback from evaluation will close the system loop and the process will continue year after year. That means every year we should try to focus on improvement. Right? We have made the curriculum. Curriculum wants that there should be a lab on optimization techniques. ऑप्टिमाइजेशन टेक्निक्स का हमने एक सब्जेक्ट पढ़ दिया. ऑप्टिमाइजेशन टेक्निक्स में इसलिए कह रहा हूं कि ये तकरीबन सारे डिसिप्लिन में कॉमन है. ऑप्टिमाइजेशन टेक्निक्स सब्जेक्ट तो हमने रख दिया, उसके लिए हमें लैब चाहिए, सॉफ्टवेयर चाहिए. डू वी हैव इट? इंप्लीमेंटेशन स्टेज आ गई. डू वी हैव इट? वी नीड ए टीचर टू टीच दैट. डू वी हैव? सो व्हाट यू डू इज, व्हाट आई वांट टू से इज यू मैप द रिसोर्सेज, फिजिकल एज वेल एज human resources, physical resources as well as human resources. labs हैं कि नहीं है, experiments चल रहे हैं कि नहीं चल रहे, equipment है आपके पास, वो working में है कि नहीं है, teachers हैं, जैसे टीचर की हमने I have written some names like that. Mapping of faculty expertise. I have subjects. I have a subject on quality control. Who will teach it? I said okay. अरविंद कुमार है, M.Tech इंडस्ट्रियल इंजीनियरिंग है, जिसने क्वालिटी कंट्रोल पढ़ा हुआ है, ऑपरेशन सर्च पढ़ी हुई है, प्रोडक्शन प्लानिंग एंड कंट्रोल पढ़ी हुई है, प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजमेंट पढ़ी है, वर्क स्टडी पढ़ी है. सो ही विल टेक केयर. उसकी जो क्वालिफिकेशन है वो हमारी एक्सपर्टाइज रिक्वायरमेंट से मैप करके है. सिमिलरली सेकंड है, थर्ड है, लेट्स से डॉक्टर स्नेहा एमएससी फिजिक्स है, वो इंजीनियरिंग फिजिक्स पढ़ाएगी. मैडम मेरे पास है रिसोर्सेज, अगर नहीं है आई शुड डू समथिंग, अदरवाइज माई system will suffer. Okay. In addition, you need to map the actually the process goes to the extent that we need to map the question paper also. Let's say I have put 5 questions. What type of outcome my first question is going to test? Right? What are we going to test? One of my teacher in one of the subjects, one of the teachers said, he asked a question: who is the originator of computer, or who developed computer? I asked him, why are you asking this question? What are you trying to test? Give some better question. नाम याद रखने से क्या हो जाएगा? I don't say that we should forget the people, but I can have a better question in computer science itself. So whenever you are setting a question paper, you should know what you are expecting. What are you trying to test? Students से हमने क्या कौन सी capability test कर रहे हैं हम इसकी? Analytical capability कर रहे हैं, retention capability कर रहे हैं, या mathematical capability कर रहे हैं, right? I had a teacher earlier. I was working in an engineering college. He set up a question paper, sessional test. He brought it to me because it was my subject. I called him. I said, what is the answer you expect from the student in this question? He said, sir, ये तो मैंने सोचा नहीं. Then I said, why should you give a question where you do not know what the student should write? At the same time, I went to a college on an MBA visit. They had a system. Let's say 9 to 12 is the test, sessional test, morning 9 to 12, 9 a.m. to 12 a.m. At 12:30, they will put the solution on the internet to the question paper. And they will say, they will put the evaluation scheme also, that okay, if somebody has done this up to this, he'll get 2 marks out of 5. This is one of the good practices. So coming back, wrapping up, we have to have a good system design, which will be studied by the students. We should have good delivery system. We should have a good assessment and evaluation system, and we should have a continuous quality improvement system if we want to ensure quality. So that is all what I wanted to say. Thank you. Now we will have, I will give time up to 11:15 only. It is exactly 11:15. So now we have some time for questions. First from my hall, my people here. Any questions?
MCQ method would be of evaluation. We were talking about evaluation, 5 out of 8 you can tell.
MCQ has its own limitations because if it is done, you see, it needs a lot of effort on the part of the teacher to make a question paper. If it is well designed, it can work, right? It should be a combination. What we do here is, let's say out of 40 marks, 10 marks is MCQ, 30 marks is subjective. Madam, है कोई center?
Any query from GSS Academy?
Hello.
Hello. Hello. Yeah, please. हाँ जी बोलिए. आपका सिस्टम हमें आवाज नहीं आ रही. या आप Okay, I'm giving my contact details. If somebody wants, you can contact afterwards also.
Hello.
Yeah, please.
हाँ सर, नवीन कुमार झा फ्रॉम जेएसएस नोएडा।
हाँ जी सर, जो जा बोल सर।
हाँ सर, मेरा प्रश्न ये है
जी बोलिए सर।
कि आजकल इसमें बार बार बोला जाता है ये स्टूडेंट सेंट्रिक। हमारी जो अर्लियर परंपरा रही है हिंदुस्तान की, वो ज़्यादातर टीचर सेंट्रिक ही रही है। गुरु शिष्य वाली जो रही है, उसमें जो गुरु जो बोल दिया अल्टीमेट हो जाता था। तो और इसमें स्टूडेंट पर भी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी मेरे ख्याल से उतनी होनी चाहिए, जो कि एक्चुअल में कई जगह दिखती नहीं है। मैंने अभी ये मेरा भी अनुभव रहा और मेरे कई शिक्षकों का भी ऐसा अनुभव रहा है। तो हाउ टू कोप विथ दिस थिंग, मैं उसके बारे में आपसे कुछ जानकारी लेना चाहूँगा।
जा साहब, आप बिल्कुल ठीक कह रहे हैं। जो गुरु शिष्य थे, गुरु तो रहा नहीं, अब तो ट्यूटर बन गया। अब गुरु कहाँ रहा है? अब तो ट्यूटर बन गया। तो अब तो टीचर भी नहीं रहा, एक्चुअली ट्यूटर बन गया है। तो अगर हम गुरु बनेंगे तो मुझे लगता है वापस आ जाएगी।
लेकिन सर ये एक्सेप्ट तो नहीं हुआ ना तो समाज में और ना ही कॉलेज में पूरा एक्सेप्ट हुआ।
नहीं, ज्यादा आवाज नहीं आ रही सर। ज्यादा आवाज नहीं आ रही आपकी। तो गुरु नहीं रहा, गुरु ट्यूटर बन गया है। गुरु ने ट्यूशन देनी शुरू कर दी है, क्लास में पढ़ाता नहीं है और मेहनत नहीं करता गुरु। आजकल बच्चों की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, जो आउटकम बेस्ड इंजीनियरिंग एजुकेशन है, उसमें कि बच्चों की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी भी बहुत ज्यादा है। ऐसा नहीं है कि हमने सारी टीचर पे डाल दी है। स्टूडेंट्स हैव टू बी मोर रिस्पॉन्सिव। they have to work harder, they have to do project, they have to do assignments. ऐसा नहीं है। the system has to change. एक जो मैं बहुत बार सुनता हूं, मैं भी कहता हूं कि हमारी जो इनपुट है, इनटेक है, उसमें प्रॉब्लम है कि हमारे पास क्वालिटी स्टूडेंट्स नहीं आते। वो तो मुझे लगता है हमारा ही फॉल्ट है, क्योंकि हम तो कहते हैं कि कंपार्टमेंट वाला भी आ जाए, रीअपियर वाला भी आ जाए, है ना, क्योंकि उससे पैसे मिलते हैं। we don't restrict admissions. चलिए मैडम, I'll request that concern to the lecture you ask the question. Otherwise, this is a very wide topic which can go for a week.
Hello.
Hello.
This is Press Kasper from Bharat Group, Sardulgarh, Punjab, sir.
Bharat Group?
Bharat Group of College, Sardulgarh, Punjab.
हाँ जी, बस सब बोलिए।
Dr. Pavla, we are very thankful to you for this quality technical education to present very beautiful, sir. Thank you.
आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है। भारत ग्रुप ऑफ कॉलेजेस।
ये किससे है?
Hello.
हाँ जी सर बोलिए।
Anyway, if somebody has a problem, they can note down my contact details. They can talk to me. They can write an email to me. चलो मैडम, एनफ। आपकी चाय का भी टाइम हो गया। गुप्ता जी आ जाना। Okay, I think we have some connectivity problems. We will break for tea, and after 10 minutes we come back and go with the next session. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening to me for over a period of 1.5 hours. If anybody has any queries, anything on accreditation, any questions, any help in accreditation, they can talk to me on this telephone number. Thank you very much.
And welcome to this session on developing employable skills. My friends, in this session, till now we have discussed the meaning of curriculum, what are the different stages of curriculum. Then we came to the curriculum implementation process, what are different factors, and how we actually implement the curriculum, what is the step-by-step approach in implementing the curriculum. Then we had a session on curriculum monitoring and evaluation. We also discussed how to organize student-centered activities. These were the few sessions, and today in the morning, we discussed the NBA accreditation part and how to bring quality in our technical education system. In this particular session, I will be focusing on very important aspect on how to develop employable skills amongst the students. You see, a lot of changes are taking place at the workplace. Even the type of activities that our students are undertaking while they are working in the industry, they have changed over a period of time. The activities have changed, the job profile has changed, and otherwise also entire workplace has changed. A lot of technological changes are taking place. And we have to ensure that our students are able to handle those challenges, they are able to cope up with those technological changes, and they should be able to contribute effectively at their workplace. So in that context, employable skills are very important. See, what is happening is we are paying a lot of attention to developing technical skills or what I call as professional skills. आप जैसे देखिए कि अगर आप इलेक्ट्रिकल इंजीनियरिंग पढ़ा रहे हैं तो आपका ज्यादा फोकस है मोटर, ट्रांसफार्मर, जनरेटर, उसको आप करवा रहे हैं, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी जनरेशन, ट्रांसमिशन, डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन. ऐसे ही अगर if you talk about the discipline of mechanical engineering, then there is a lot of focus on the machines. You start from lathe, milling, drilling, shaping, slotting, hobbing, all type of machines and processes you are covering. This is all right, but at the same time, there is another set of skills which we call as employable skills. तो ये employable skills भी हमें बच्चों के अंदर डेवलप करनी पड़ेंगी besides technical skill. Technical skill या discipline के साथ साथ जो आप knowledge या skill दे रहे हैं उसके साथ साथ आपको ये बहुत जरूरी है कि employable skills भी हम बच्चों के अंदर डेवलप करें. थोड़ा सा हम देखें कि ये क्या है, employable skills एक्चुअली हैं क्या हैं. Employable skills, they are a set of achievements and personal attributes that make a person more likely to gain employment. यानी कि कुछ ऐसी आपकी accomplishments हैं, आपके कुछ ऐसे attributes हैं, ऐसे characteristics हैं जिससे आपको आसानी से जॉब मिल रही है. You are able to get employment. तो अगर आपके अंदर वो set of skills हैं, those skills are called employable skills. If you have got the employable skills, you are successful in your chosen occupation. आप कहीं पे भी जा रहे हैं, wherever you are working, किसी भी setup में काम कर रहे हैं, किसी भी organization में काम कर रहे हैं, if you are having the employable skills, you are more likely to be successful. लेकिन at the same time सबसे important ये चीज है कि आपके अगर आप fresh pass out हो रहे हैं, किसी भी institution से pass out हो रहे हैं, your chances of getting employment are more as compared to others. तो इसलिए employable skills बहुत ही important हैं. Just देखिए कि अभी जो current status क्या है. I was discussing this aspect on the first day also कि अगर हम देखें कि हमारे जितने बच्चे पास हो रहे हैं और अब देखिए कि हम बहुत बड़े स्केल पे हम टेक्निकल एजुकेशन दे रहे हैं. Around 25 lakh students are passing out at UG and PG level, and 13 lakh students are passing out at diploma level, and more than 15 lakh students are passing out at ITI level. और ये अगर अभी सभी जो है ये टोटल कैपेसिटी को देखें हम तो इसमें से एक्चुअली सिर्फ 18% ही हमारे स्टूडेंट्स हैं जो कि एक्चुअली एम्प्लॉयबल हैं। देखिए कितना ये एक बड़ा आप देखिए कि किस टाइप की सिचुएशन है। ओनली 18% ऑफ अवर फ्रेश ग्रेजुएट इंजीनियर्स आर employable, and if I take into account the other streams like art, science, commerce, अगर इनको भी मैं अगर काउंट करता हूं देन फिर तो पोजीशन और भी खराब है, एंड ओनली 10 to 12% ऑफ फ्रेश ग्रेजुएट्स आर एम्प्लॉयबल। तो इसलिए ये बहुत जरूरी है कि हम बच्चों के अंदर एम्प्लॉयबल स्किल्स डेवलप करें, ताकि सो दैट दे आर एबल टू गेट एम्प्लॉयमेंट and they are able to contribute effectively at their workplace. आपने ये देखा होगा कि फर्स्ट डे we discussed 4 different domains of learning. If you can recall, एक तो डोमेन था प्रोफेशनल डेवलपमेंट डोमेन। प्रोफेशनल डेवलपमेंट डोमेन में हम प्रोफेशनल स्किल बच्चे के अंदर डेवलप कर रहे हैं। एंड देन देयर वर 3 other domains. They were personality development, interpersonal skills and continued learning skill. ये 3 और डोमेन थे। तो प्रोफेशनल डेवलपमेंट तो हमने करनी ही है, टेक्निकल नॉलेज एंड स्किल्स तो देनी ही है, लेकिन अगर बाकी जो 3 डोमेन है, पर्सनालिटी डेवलपमेंट डोमेन, इंटरपर्सनल रिलेशनशिप और कंटिन्यूड लर्निंग, अगर इन डोमेन्स पे भी अगर हम फोकस कर रहे हैं तो हम बच्चे के अंदर एम्प्लॉयबल स्किल्स डेवलप कर रहे हैं। So my friends, it is very important that besides professional development domain, हम बाकी 3 डोमेन्स पे भी कैरिकुलम डिजाइन करते टाइम भी हम फोकस करें, और कैरिकुलम इंप्लीमेंटेशन करते भी उन 3 डोमेन पे अगर फोकस करेंगे तो एम्प्लॉयबल स्किल्स डेवलप हो जाएंगे। जस्ट सी द टाइप ऑफ competencies that we are visualizing as far as our engineers or diploma holders are concerned. हम किस टाइप की नॉलेज और स्किल्स बच्चे के अंदर डेवलप करना चाहते हैं, किस टाइप की कंपिटेंसीज इंडस्ट्री एक्सपेक्ट कर रही है कि इन बच्चों के अंदर इस टाइप की कंपिटेंसीज डेवलप की जाएं तो वो रियली एम्प्लॉयबल होंगे। तो जस्ट एक मैं आई एम गिविंग यू ए वेरी ब्रॉड पिक्चर, वेरी जनरलाइज्ड पिक्चर ऑफ द टाइप ऑफ कंपिटेंसीज दैट आवर स्टूडेंट्स शुड पोजेस एट द एंड ऑफ द प्रोग्राम। एक तो कंपिटेंसी है जिसे मैं कहता हूं कि स्टूडेंट शुड बी कंपिटेंट इन रीडिंग एंड इंटरप्रेटिंग ड्राइंग्स। ये बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट कंपिटेंसी है जो हम अपने बच्चों में डेवलप करना चाहते हैं। द स्टूडेंट शुड बी कंपिटेंट इन रीडिंग एंड इंटरप्रेटिंग ड्राइंग, एंड फॉर दैट वी आर ऑफरिंग सब्जेक्ट्स सच एज इंजीनियरिंग ड्राइंग, या कुछ इंस्टीट्यूशन में ग्राफिक्स है, इंजीनियरिंग ग्राफिक्स का एक सब्जेक्ट हम ऑफर कर रहे हैं, मशीन ड्राइंग पढ़ाया जा रहा है, ऑटो कैड का सब्जेक्ट है वो हम करवा रहे हैं। तो उसका अल्टीमेटली ऑब्जेक्टिव यही है दैट वी वांट द स्टूडेंट्स, वी वांट टू डेवलप द एबिलिटी अमंगस्ट द स्टूडेंट्स टू रीड एंड इंटरप्रेट ड्राइंग। वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट competency. Another competency is the knowledge of materials and specification related to the discipline. मतलब अलग अलग डिसिप्लिन के लिए मटेरियल्स डिफरेंट होंगे। फॉर एग्जांपल डिप्लोमा और डिग्री होल्डर इन मैकेनिकल इंजीनियरिंग, व्हाट विल बी द मटेरियल्स? यू कैन टॉक अबाउट फेरस मटेरियल, नॉन फेरस मटेरियल्स, और यू कैन टॉक अबाउट प्लास्टिक्स, सेरेमिक्स, तो इस टाइप के मटेरियल हैं। और अगर इलेक्ट्रिकल का है बच्चा या इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स का है, देन यू विल बी टॉकिंग इन टर्म्स ऑफ कंडक्टिंग मटेरियल और इंसुलेटर्स और सेमीकंडक्टर्स। तो मटेरियल जो क्लासिफिकेशन है दैट विल चेंज फ्रॉम डिसिप्लिन टू डिसिप्लिन, बट अदरवाइज all our students must have knowledge of materials and their specifications. And then a very important competency, knowledge of processes and operations, including automation and process control. All types of processes, all types of operation related to the discipline. एक आप पर्टिकुलर डिसिप्लिन में, इफ अ स्टूडेंट इज अंडरगोइंग अ पर्टिकुलर प्रोग्राम इन द फील्ड ऑफ इंजीनियरिंग, तो उस फील्ड में किस टाइप्स की मशीन यूज हो रही हैं, किस टाइप का इक्विपमेंट यूज हो रहा है, हाउ द इक्विपमेंट इज वर्किंग, और क्या किस टाइप का ऑपरेशन है, ये सभी चीजें, और इवन ऑटोमेशन, हाउ टू कंट्रोल द वेरियस प्रोसेस पैरामीटर्स, ये सारी नॉलेज हमारे बच्चों को होनी चाहिए. वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कॉम्पिटेंसी दैट द इंडस्ट्री इज लुकिंग एज फार एज अवर स्टूडेंट्स आर कंसर्न. Then we also want that our students should be aware about national and international standards and quality control operations. हमारे बच्चों को जो कोड्स हम यूज कर रहे हैं, आईएस कोड है, उसके बारे में भी, रिलेटेड टू डिफरेंट प्रोडक्ट्स, रिलेटेड टू डिफरेंट प्रोसेसेस, हर टाइप के कोड्स हैं, अवेलेबल हैं, दे आर अवेलेबल. तो किस चीज के लिए कौन सा कोड अवेलेबल है और उस कोड में उस चीज की क्या स्पेसिफिकेशंस हैं, ये हमारे बच्चों को भी पता होना चाहिए. Then another competency that we are trying to develop amongst our students is they have the knowledge regarding the innovations pertaining to shop floor operations, and they try to bring improvement into the system, bringing improvement into the process, bringing improvement into the machine, equipment. तो ये भी हम बच्चों को थ्रू अवर कैरिकुलम हम इस टाइप की कॉम्पिटेंसी भी हम बच्चों में डेवलप कर रहे हैं. हाउ टू ब्रिंग इनोवेशंस इन द सिस्टम, हाउ टू ब्रिंग इंप्रूवमेंट्स इन द सिस्टम, एंड एबिलिटी टू डायग्नोज, प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग स्किल्स, हाउ टू आइडेंटिफाई ए प्रॉब्लम, हाउ टू फॉर्मुलेट ए प्रॉब्लम, और कैसे हम एनालाइज करते हैं if there is any problem in the system or subsystem, किसी प्रोसेस में प्रॉब्लम है, and how to take एनालिसिस के बाद कैसे उसका सोल्यूशन निकालना है, कैसे चीज को ठीक करना है. तो ये सारी चीजें प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग एक्टिविटीज में है. प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग एबिलिटी ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट कॉम्पिटेंसी है जो हम चाहते हैं कि थ्रू अवर कैरिकुलम हम बच्चों में डेवलप कर पाए. एक दो और स्किल्स हैं जो मैं आपको, कॉम्पिटेंसीज हैं जो मैं आपके साथ शेयर करना चाहूंगा. We must also ensure that the students have knowledge and awareness about pollution and pollution control. What are sources of pollution? और हर टाइप की pollution है, noise pollution, air pollution, you even talk about solid waste management. और safety भी बहुत important है, safety at workplace. कोई भी ऑपरेशन कर रहा है, बच्चा किसी मशीन को हैंडल कर रहा है, सेफ्टी इज ऑफ अटमोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंस. तो हम बच्चों के अंदर इस टाइप का एटीट्यूड डेवलप करें कि सेफ्टी उनके माइंड में डेफिनेटली आए व्हेन एवर दे आर वर्किंग एट देयर वर्क प्लेस. सो पोल्यूशन कंट्रोल एंड सेफ्टी एट वर्क प्लेस. एंड देन माय फ्रेंड्स, मैनेजमेंट स्किल्स, हाउ टू मैनेज द रिसोर्सेज, हाउ टू मैनेज द ह्यूमन रिसोर्सेज, फाइनेंशियल रिसोर्सेज, हाउ टू मैनेज इक्विपमेंट. तो हर टाइप के रिसोर्सेज को मैनेज करना, ये भी हम चाहते हैं कि हमारे बच्चों के अंदर ये कॉम्पिटेंसी आए. So these are different type of competencies. While designing the curriculum, we keep in mind this competency profile. क्योंकि हमारा अल्टीमेट एम तो यही है कि अगर ये बच्चे के अंदर कॉम्पिटेंसी आ गई तो वो उसका एक लेवल बन गया. तो एज ए कैरिकुलम डिजाइनर, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आई डेवलप दिस कॉम्पिटेंसी प्रोफाइल, एंड देन कॉरेस्पॉन्डिंग टू दिस कॉम्पिटेंसी प्रोफाइल मैं अपने कैरिकुलम में कुछ सब्जेक्ट्स में आइडेंटिफाई करता हूं और मैं ये कॉम्पिटेंसीज बच्चे के अंदर डेवलप करने की कोशिश करता हूं. एंड इंटरपर्सनल स्किल्स आल्सो, दिस इज आल्सो अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कॉम्पिटेंसी, क्योंकि हमारे बच्चे तो अल्टीमेटली एक टीम के अंदर काम करेंगे. सो दे मस्ट नो हाउ टू हैव गुड रिलेशनशिप विद अदर्स, हाउ टू वर्क इन ए टीम, और उसके लिए इंटरपर्सनल स्किल्स बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट है. So this is the broad competency profile of our engineers, of our diploma holders, और इसको माइंड में रख के हम कैरिकुलम बनाते हैं. एंड while implementing the curriculum, you also have to ensure कि ये वाली competencies हैं, इस टाइप की नॉलेज और स्किल्स हम बच्चे को इम्पार्ट कर पाए. Now my friends, a very important slide that I would like to show you. What employer is looking as far as our students are concerned? हमारा एम्प्लॉयर है a person from the industry. वो हमारे बच्चों से उसकी क्या एक्सपेक्टेशंस हैं? We always say that our curriculum should be as per the needs of the industry. Our students should be able to match the requirements of the industry. लेकिन एग्जैक्टली इंडस्ट्री की रिक्वायरमेंट है क्या है? एक एम्प्लॉयर है, वो एक्चुअली हमारे बच्चों में क्या ढूंढ रहा है, ये हमें बिल्कुल क्लैरिटी होनी चाहिए। नाउ यू विल बी एबल टू सी कि कुछ ऐसी चीजें हैं कि जो हमारा एम्प्लॉय ढूंढ रहा है, और सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है जिसे हमें फोकस करना चाहिए while implementing the curriculum, and that is communication skills. Employer is looking for communication skills, and total आप देखिए total weightage है, employer is giving 23% weightage to communication skills. हमारे बच्चों में कितनी communication skills हैं, ability to communicate effectively, 23% weightage is being given to communication skills, a very important aspect. और हमें यहाँ पे हमें कोशिश करनी चाहिए कि हम बच्चों में ये एबिलिटी डेवलप करें। एंड आई से दैट दिस इज नॉट द रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ऑफ एन इंडिविजुअल टीचर। ऐसा नहीं है कि सिर्फ एक टीचर है जो कम्युनिकेशन स्किल का, इट इज क्वाइट पॉसिबल दैट यू आर ऑफरिंग अ सब्जेक्ट ऑफ कम्युनिकेशन स्किल इन योर करिकुलम, या इंग्लिश एंड कम्युनिकेशन स्किल हो सकता है एक सब्जेक्ट हो। लेकिन मैं ये कहता हूं कि कम्युनिकेशन स्किल डेवलप करना सिर्फ उस टीचर की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी नहीं है, कम्युनिकेशन स्किल डेवलप करना सभी टीचर्स की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है। वॉट एवर सब्जेक्ट यू आर टीचिंग, आप बिल्कुल एक प्रोफेशनल सब्जेक्ट पढ़ा रहे हैं रिलेटेड टू मैकेनिकल, सिविल, इलेक्ट्रिकल, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक, कोई भी आप सब्जेक्ट पढ़ा रहे हैं, इट इज योर ड्यूटी, इट इज योर रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी टू डेवलप कम्युनिकेशन स्किल अमंगस्ट द स्टूडेंट्स। तो ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। गिव देम सम टास्क, और कोई वो प्रेजेंटेशन आप उनको कहेंगे पावर पॉइंट प्रेजेंटेशन करें, कोई ग्रुप में असाइनमेंट दें जहां पे डिस्कशन करें, कोई किसी टाइप की भी आप एक्टिविटी दें आप बच्चों को, जिसमें रीडिंग, राइटिंग, स्पीकिंग, लिसनिंग, इस टाइप की आप एबिलिटी बच्चों के अंदर डेवलप करें। बट कम्युनिकेशन स्किल्स आर वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। देन माय फ्रेंड्स, द second thing the employer is looking is personality of our students. हमने बच्चों के अंदर पर्सनैलिटी डेवलप करनी है। हमारे बच्चे कैसे दिखाई दे रहे हैं, आउटवर्ड अपीयरेंस, लेकिन उसके साथ साथ there are so many other things, how our students are interacting with others, body posture, gesture, facial expression, eye contact, बहुत सी चीजें हैं जो पर्सनैलिटी का पार्ट है। तो टोटलिटी में ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है दैट वी मेक एफर्ट्स एट द इंस्टीट्यूट लेवल टू डेवलप द पर्सनैलिटी ऑफ द स्टूडेंट्स। देन इंटरपर्सनल स्किल्स आर very important. However, students have good relationship with others, how they interact with others, किसी के साथ भी बात कर रहे हैं, respecting others, regard for others, तो ये चीजें बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। how to motivate others, how to lead others, तो ये सारी चीजें इंटरपर्सनल स्किल्स का पार्ट हैं। तो इस पे भी फोकस है एम्प्लॉयर का, एंड 11% वेटेज इज बीइंग गिवन टू इंटरपर्सनल स्किल्स। Problem solving ability is also important. How to solve the problem, how to diagnose the problem. ये भी एक ऐसी competency है जो कि इंडस्ट्री के लोग हमारे बच्चों में ढूंढ रहे हैं। And 10% weightage is being given to problem solving ability. हमारे बच्चों में कितनी capability है to solve a problem? 10% weightage to problem solving ability. We also give weightage to the values and mannerism. 9% weightage to values and mannerism. Values का एक्चुअली ये मीनिंग है कि हमारे बच्चों को ये पता हो कि क्या चीज ठीक है और क्या चीज गलत है। What is right, what is wrong, what is good for them, what is not good for them. ये अगर बच्चों को हम क्लैरिटी लाएं, बच्चों के अंदर लाएं, that will do a lot of good to them as far as their career is concerned. तो वैल्यूज और मैनर्स पे क्या हम अपने कैरिकुलम के थ्रू उनको कुछ इस टाइप की इनपुट्स दे रहे हैं एज फार एज ह्यूमन वैल्यूज आर कंसर्न, प्रोफेशनल एथिक्स आर कंसर्न, तो इसकी भी वेटेज है। देन स्किल प्रोफाइल एंड एनालिटिकल स्किल्स, उसके अंदर स्किल्स कितनी है एंड एबिलिटी टू एनालाइज द प्रॉब्लम, ये भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। स्किल्स में आप जब हम बात करते हैं तो एक्चुअली कोई भी अगर चीज वो मेजर कर रहा है, किसी मशीन को वो ऑपरेट कर रहा है, किसी चीज को वो टेस्ट कर रहा है, एक्चुअली वो खुद चीजों को हैंडल कर रहा है, दैट इज स्किल। तो कितनी उसके अंदर स्किल्स हैं, और हम आपके साथ शुरू से ही फोकस कर रहे हैं कि अंडर स्किलिंग इंडिया मिशन एक बहुत बड़ा टारगेट है गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का, टू डेवलप स्किल्ड मैन पावर, एंड देयर इज लॉट ऑफ गैप एज फार एज स्किल, एज फार एज डिमांड एंड सप्लाई इज कंसर्न। वी एज टीचर मस्ट मेक एफर्ट्स टू डेवलप डिजायर्ड स्किल्स अमंगस्ट अवर स्टूडेंट। कोई भी आप प्रोग्राम आप ऑफर कर रहे हैं, कोई भी आप सब्जेक्ट पढ़ा रहे हैं, there are corresponding skills related to that discipline, related to that subject, and we must make effort to develop the skills amongst our students. Then my friends, leadership skills are also very important. Can our students lead a group of people? क्या हमारे बच्चे दूसरों को मोटिवेट कर सकते हैं? क्या हमारे बच्चे दूसरों को इनकरेज कर सकते हैं? तो लीडरशिप स्किल्स भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, क्योंकि अल्टीमेटली अब आप देखें कि इतनी अपॉर्चुनिटीज हैं बच्चों के लिए। जॉब शुरू में ढूंढना मुश्किल है, बट वंस यू गेट ए जॉब, उसके बाद यू आर मूविंग अप द लैडर, तो उसमें आपने टीम में काम करना है। देन हाउ यू लीड ए टीम, देयर आर अपॉर्चुनिटीज इन एमएनसीज। तो अल्टीमेटली इस टाइप का कल्चर है, वहां पे आप ग्रुप में काम कर रहे हैं, यू आर गेटिंग अपॉर्चुनिटीज एज ए टीम मेंबर, यू आर गेटिंग अपॉर्चुनिटी एज ए लीडर। तो लीडरशिप स्किल भी हमें बच्चों के अंदर हमें डेवलप करनी पड़ेगी। देन जॉब नॉलेज इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट रिलेटेड टू द डिसिप्लिन, उसको कितनी नॉलेज है। और इसके लिए नंबर 8, और आप नंबर 8 में देखिए हाउ मच वेटेज वी आर गिविंग, 5% वेटेज। पैरामीटर नंबर 8 जॉब नॉलेज को हम दे रहे हैं वेटेज 5%। जॉब नॉलेज का मतलब ये है कि हम उसको फंडामेंटल्स कितने क्लियर हैं रिलेटेड टू द लॉज। आप कुछ लॉज बता रहे हैं, डिसिप्लिन के रिलेटेड कुछ फैक्ट्स बता रहे हैं, कुछ रिलेशनशिप बता रहे हैं, कुछ फार्मूला बता रहे हैं, उसके बारे में उसको कितनी क्लैरिटी है और उसको उस नॉलेज को वो कितनी अच्छे ढंग से अप्लाई कर रहा है, दैट इज जॉब नॉलेज। एंड 5% वेटेज इज बीइंग गिवन टू दिस पैरामीटर। देयर इज अनदर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट पैरामीटर, दैट इज एकेडमिक परफॉर्मेंस। एकेडमिकली आपने टोटल 3 साल आपके पास है बच्चा, या 4 साल है, तो उस दौरान या इवन अदरवाइज उससे पहले भी +2 में उसके कितने मार्क्स थे, 10th में उसके कितने मार्क्स थे, और इंजीनियरिंग में उसके कितने मार्क्स चल रहे हैं, दिस इज टोटल एकेडमिक परफॉर्मेंस। तो जो एम्प्लॉयर है वो एकेडमिक परफॉर्मेंस को भी इंपॉर्टेंस देते हैं। हमारे माइंड में ये होता है कि शायद यही सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट पैरामीटर है, बच्चों के माइंड में यही होता है कि मेरे नंबर कितने हैं, 90%, 95%। तो बच्चों के माइंड में रहता है कि मेरे जितने ज्यादा मार्क्स आएंगे मेरे को एम्प्लॉयमेंट के उतने ही चांस हैं। लेकिन आप ये देखिए एकेडमिक परफॉर्मेंस, लेकिन आप देखिए कि यहाँ पे द एम्प्लॉयर इज गिविंग ओनली 4% वेटेज टू एकेडमिक परफॉर्मेंस। तो इट इज क्वाइट पॉसिबल, आपने भी देखा होगा, यू मस्ट हैव सीन कि कई बार बच्चों की एकेडमिकली बहुत बढ़िया है, उसके बावजूद बच्चों को जॉब नहीं मिल रही है, because they are lacking somewhere in other parameters। जो बाकी पैरामीटर्स हैं, कम्युनिकेशन स्किल है, पर्सनैलिटी, इंटरपर्सनल स्किल्स, प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग एबिलिटीज, अगर ये नहीं है और एकेडमिक परफॉर्मेंस, अकेली एकेडमिक परफॉर्मेंस से बात नहीं बनेगी। दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग दैट आई एम शेयरिंग विद यू। देन माय फ्रेंड्स, बिजनेस कॉन्टेक्स्ट, नेटवर्किंग एंड रेफरेंसेस, दिस इज आल्सो वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कि आपके कितने एकेडमिक एरिया में कितने लोगों के साथ कॉन्टेक्ट्स है, डू यू हैव द एबिलिटी टू नेटवर्क विद अदर्स। और आजकल आप देखिए कि बच्चे हैं ना काफी सोशल साइट्स पे, दे आर इन कॉन्टेक्ट विद सो मेनी पीपल, एंड दिस इज अ गुड साइन, दिस इज अ हेल्दी साइन। और इंडस्ट्री एक्चुअली ये चाहती है कि आप लोगों के साथ कॉन्टेक्ट्स बनाएं, नेटवर्किंग करें, आप सोशल नेटवर्किंग पे आप अवेलेबल हों। तो ये वाली चीज है, यू हैव अ लिस्ट ऑफ रेफरेंसेस। जब भी आपके अपने बायोडाटा में अपने अच्छे अच्छे लोगों के नाम लिखे हुए हैं, तो ये वाली चीज बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। एंड देयर इज द इंडस्ट्री इज गिविंग ड्यू वेटेज टू पैरामीटर नंबर 10, 4% वेटेज इज गिवन टू दिस पैरामीटर कि आपके कितने अच्छे बढ़िया कॉन्टेक्ट हैं, किस एक्सटेंट तक आप नेटवर्किंग कर पाते हैं, दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट पैरामीटर। एंड देन माय फ्रेंड्स, फैमिली बैकग्राउंड इज आल्सो इंपॉर्टेंट, क्योंकि हम जिस एनवायरमेंट में पले और बड़े हुए हैं वो काफी अफेक्ट करता है हमारी पर्सनैलिटी को। तो इंडस्ट्री डेफिनेटली जब आपको जॉब देने से पहले देखती है, डेफिनेटली देखती है कि आपने किस एनवायरमेंट में आप पले बड़े हैं, व्हाट इज योर फैमिली बैकग्राउंड, आपको गाइड करने वाले कौन थे, वो किस एक्सटेंट तक एजुकेटेड थे. सो दिस इज ऑल्सो इंपॉर्टेंट. देन कमर्शियल ट्रेनिंग एंड ओरिएंटेशन. आपने कभी एज ए स्टूडेंट कभी आपने कोई इन एडिशन टू वट एवर यू हैव लर्न इन योर स्कूल और कॉलेज, कहीं बाहर से आपने कोई ट्रेनिंग ली है रिलेटेड टू से कंप्यूटर, रिलेटेड टू कम्युनिकेशन स्किल, रिलेटेड टू मैनेजमेंट, या आपने कोई सॉफ्टवेयर कहीं पे सीखा है, कोई 1 हफ्ते का प्रोग्राम, 2 हफ्ते का प्रोग्राम, कोई आपने प्रोफेशनल प्रोग्राम, कोई प्रोग्राम अटेंड किया है, कोई कॉन्फ्रेंस अटेंड की है स्टूडेंट्स ने, क्या उन्होंने कोई इस टाइप की ट्रेनिंग ली है? दैट इज ऑल्सो वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. आप देखेंगे कि आप अपने बायोडाटा के साथ कुछ कोई सर्टिफिकेट लगाते हैं, कोई ट्रेनिंग आपने अटेंड की, आपने कोई सर्टिफिकेट उसके साथ लगाया, उसकी वेटेज है, उसके मार्क्स हैं. सो कमर्शियल ट्रेनिंग एंड कमर्शियल ओरिएंटेशन इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. एंड देन एक्स्ट्रा करिकुलर एक्टिविटीज. एक्स्ट्रा करिकुलर एक्टिविटीज किसी भी टाइप की एक्टिविटीज हैं, यू आर पार्टिसिपेटिंग इन स्पोर्ट्स और एनएसएस, एनसीसी, कोई कल्चरल फंक्शन है, किसी भी टाइप की, कोई ब्लड डोनेशन कैंप है, कोई भी प्रोग्राम आप अटेंड कर रहे हैं, सो उसकी भी वेटेज है. एक्स्ट्रा करिकुलर एक्टिविटीज आर ऑल्सो इंपॉर्टेंट. सो दीज आर द पैरामीटर्स. ये पैरामीटर हैं जो एम्प्लॉयर है वो ढूंढ रहा है हमारे बच्चों में. सो सिर्फ जॉब की नॉलेज, हम कोशिश क्या कर रहे हैं, देखिए आप देखेंगे हमारा ज्यादा फोकस नंबर 8 पे है और नंबर 9, ये 2 पैरामीटर हैं जहां पे बच्चे ज्यादा फोकस कर रहे हैं. दे आर इंपॉर्टेंट, देयर इज नो डाउट अबाउट दैट. लेकिन आप देखिए इस स्लाइड को, आप देखिए, फोकस कीजिए कि इंडस्ट्री इज एक्चुअली लुकिंग फॉर कम्युनिकेशन स्किल्स, पर्सनैलिटी, इंटरपर्सनल स्किल्स, प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग एबिलिटीज, वैल्यूज, स्किल्स, लीडरशिप, ये पैरामीटर्स हैं. सो बिसाइड डेवलपिंग प्रोफेशनल एबिलिटी, हमें इन पैरामीटर्स पे भी फोकस करना पड़ेगा. यही एम्प्लॉयबल स्किल्स है. अगर ये चीजें डेवलप कर पाएंगे देन द स्टूडेंट्स आर इन ए बेटर पोजीशन टू गेट एम्प्लॉयमेंट. एक और भी चीज मैं आपके साथ शेयर करता हूं. डू यू नो हाउ यू आर बीइंग एवेल्युएटेड ड्यूरिंग एन इंटरव्यू? जब बच्चे इंटरव्यू में अपीयर हो रहे हैं तो तब बच्चों को हम कैसे एवेल्युएट कर रहे हैं, किस बेसिस पे उनको सिलेक्ट कर रहे हैं या रिजेक्ट कर रहे हैं? कई बार हम बच्चों से जब पूछते हैं ना, एक बच्चे ने द स्टूडेंट हैज अपीयर्ड फॉर एन इंटरव्यू एंड एज ए पेरेंट, एज ए टीचर, आप उससे पूछते हैं कि आपका इंटरव्यू कैसा हुआ, तो बच्चे के माइंड में एक ही पैरामीटर होता है कि उसने कितने क्वेश्चंस के आंसर सही दिए और कितने क्वेश्चंस के आंसर गलत दिए. अगर उसको लगता है कि ओके मैंने 50% क्वेश्चन के आंसर सही दिए और 50% आइदर द स्टूडेंट हैज नॉट बीन एबल टू आंसर या उसने गलत आंसर दिए, तो वो अपनी परफॉर्मेंस बताएगा. लेकिन सिर्फ आपने क्या आंसर दिया है या आंसर नहीं दिया है, सिर्फ वो पैरामीटर नहीं है. व्हेन यू आर अपीयरिंग फॉर एन इंटरव्यू, इसकी वेटेज है द एक्सटेंट टू विच यू आर एबल टू आंसर, और आप सही आंसर दे रहे हैं. मैं उसको पैरामीटर को कहूंगा वर्बल कंटेंट. आप क्या कह रहे हैं, व्हाट आंसर यू आर गिविंग, उसकी वेटेज है. बट यू विल बी सरप्राइज टू नो कि उसकी बहुत कम वेटेज है. उसकी वेटेज सिर्फ 7% है. द एक्सटेंट टू विच यू आर एबल टू आंसर, आप सही दे रहे हैं, गलत आंसर दे रहे हैं, उसकी वेटेज सिर्फ 7% है. लेकिन एक्चुअली वेटेज किस चीज की है? वेटेज है वर्बल टोन. वर्बल टोन, जब आप बोल रहे हैं, हाउ यू आर एक्सप्रेसिंग योर सेल्फ, आप किस टोन में बोल रहे हैं, किस कॉन्फिडेंस के साथ एक चीज का आंसर दे रहे हैं. अगर आपको 5 क्वेश्चन पूछे गए, 5 क्वेश्चन में से स्टूडेंट ने 2 के ही आंसर दिए, लेकिन 2 क्वेश्चन के आंसर उसने बड़े कॉन्फिडेंटली दिए, एक प्रॉपर टोन के साथ दिए, उसी के बेस पे वो सिलेक्ट हो जाएगा. सो माय फ्रेंड्स, एज कंपेयर टू द कंटेंट्स, टोन इज मच मोर इंपॉर्टेंट. आप किस ढंग से चीज को कह रहे हैं, किस ढंग से, कैसे आपने चीज को ऑर्गेनाइज करके, स्ट्रक्चर करके क्वेश्चन का आंसर दिया है. मैं कहता हूं कि 5 क्वेश्चन में से 1 का ही आंसर दे दिया आपने, लेकिन एक ब्रिलियंटली आंसर दे दिया, इवन यू कैन बी सिलेक्टेड. सो टोन इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. और टोन की जो है वेटेज है 38%. 38% वेटेज टोन की है. लेकिन टोन से भी ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है बॉडी लैंग्वेज एंड अपीयरेंस. व्हाइल यू आर अपीयरिंग फॉर एन इंटरव्यू, व्हाट इज योर बॉडी लैंग्वेज, हाउ यू अपीयर, और आपकी नॉन वर्बल कम्युनिकेशन कैसी है, उसकी वेटेज है 58%. 58% वेटेज goes to body language and appearance. आपका बैठने का स्टाइल क्या है, even that tells a lot of things to the interviewer. आपने अपना जो कोई आपने फाइल है, फाइल को आपने कैसे पकड़ा हुआ है, even that, और या फाइल को आपने कहां पे रखा हुआ है, that also tells a lot about your body language. आप बात करते टाइम आप आई कांटेक्ट मेंटेन कर पा रहे हैं या नहीं is 55% weighting. So my friends, ये हमें हमारे बच्चों को भी बताना पड़ेगा कि सिर्फ वर्बल कंटेंट, क्वेश्चन का सही आंसर देना सिर्फ यही सफिशिएंट नहीं है. वर्बल टोन इज आल्सो इंपॉर्टेंट एज वेल एज बॉडी लैंग्वेज एंड अपीयरेंस. ये दो बड़े इंपॉर्टेंट पैरामीटर्स हैं while you are interacting with others, while you are appearing for an interview. अब ये चीजें कैसे डेवलप कैसे करनी है हमने बच्चों के अंदर, जैसे मैंने इससे पहले स्लाइड में आपको दिखाया कि कम्युनिकेशन स्किल, पर्सनैलिटी, इंटरपर्सनल स्किल, ये 2-3 पैरामीटर ही सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट हैं. इनको हमने कैसे डेवलप करना है हमारे स्टूडेंट में. अल्टीमेटली तो फोकस यहां पे है कि हम कैसे डेवलप करें. तो मैं कुछ 2-3 पैरामीटर्स हैं जहां पे मैं फोकस करूंगा. देयर आर सो मेनी पैरामीटर्स, बट मैं 2 या 3 पैरामीटर्स में इस सेशन में मैं फोकस करूंगा. सबसे पहला मैं फोकस करता हूं कम्युनिकेशन स्किल पे. कम्युनिकेशन स्किल के कुछ एस्पेक्ट मैं आपके साथ शेयर कर रहा हूं. वी कैन कम्युनिकेट इफेक्टिवली. एक चीज बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट है व्हाइल यू आर कम्युनिकेटिंग विद अदर्स, एंड दैट इज टू एस्टैब्लिश रेपो. Establish repo with others. आप क्लासरूम में भी जब आप बच्चों के साथ बात कर रहे हैं, you are delivering a lecture, उस टाइम there is a group of students sitting in front of you, उनके साथ आप कैसे repo establish कर रहे हैं. If you are able to establish the repo, you will be able to communicate effectively. और इसके लिए आप ये please understand this field of consciousness. I am speaking and you are sitting in front of me. तो एक ऐसा एक ट्रायंगल बन जाएगा. ओके, आई एम एबल टू सी सम पर्सन्स. मैं एक बहुत बड़ा ग्रुप है मेरे सामने बैठा हुआ है, लेकिन अगर मैं ऐसे सामने देख रहा हूं, आई एम एबल टू सी सम ऑफ यू. तो जो मेरे इस ट्रायंगल ऑफ इन्फ्लुएंस के अंदर अंदर आ रहे हैं, whosoever is sitting in front of me, ये एक ट्रायंगल बन रही है. आई एम एबल टू सी सम पर्सन्स sitting in front of me. So some of you are coming in this field of consciousness. Some of you are coming in this triangle of influence with whom I am maintaining eye contact. जिन जिनको भी मैं देख पा रहा हूं वो इस triangle of influence के अंदर हैं. I can establish repo with them. जिनके साथ भी मेरा eye contact है उनके साथ मैं repo establish कर सकता हूं और उनके साथ मैं effectively communicate कर सकता हूं. अगर मैं अपना ये ट्रायंगल ऑफ इन्फ्लुएंस है और फील्ड ऑफ कॉन्शियसनेस है ये इंप्रूव करना चाहता हूं, देन आई हैव टू, मुझे थोड़ा सा इसे ब्रॉडन करना पड़ेगा. देन आई हैव टू मूव लाइक दिस एंड आई हैव टू मूव, मुझे मूव करना पड़ेगा. आई हैव टू मूव माई अपना फेस इधर उधर मूव करना पड़ेगा. सो व्हाइल इंटरेक्टिंग विद अदर्स, प्लीज एंश्योर दैट यू मेंटेन आई कॉन्टेक्ट विद अदर्स. यू हैव अ फील्ड ऑफ कॉन्शियसनेस. You try to bring your viewers या जो भी आपको सुन रहे हैं, आप उनको सभी को ट्रायंगल ऑफ इन्फ्लुएंस के अंदर लाने की कोशिश करें. Only then you will be able to establish repo with your viewers, with your listeners. Is it all right? तो ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है कि हम मेंटेन करें, आई कॉन्टेक्ट मेंटेन करें while communicating with others. एक तो ये एस्पेक्ट है जो मैं आपके साथ शेयर करना चाहता हूं. और इसके लिए एक और कुछ और चीजें हैं. आई कांटेक्ट से ही बात नहीं बनेगी. व्हाइल यू आर स्पीकिंग, व्हाइल यू आर इंटरेक्टिंग विद अदर्स, अगर आपने रेपो मेंटेन करनी है, यू मस्ट हैव सेल्फ कॉन्फिडेंस. कॉन्फिडेंटली आप बात कर रहे हैं, ओनली देन यू विल बी एबल टू मेंटेन, यू विल बी एबल टू हैव दिस रेपो विद अदर्स. हैव गुड कॉन्फिडेंस वट एवर यू आर सेइंग. और उसके लिए आप कॉन्फिडेंस तभी रख सकते हैं if you have widely read, आपने अच्छे ढंग से चीजें पढ़ी हुई हैं, आप चीजें के बारे में नॉलेज है, आपको पता है सारी चीजों के बारे में. सो यू मस्ट हैव सेल्फ कॉन्फिडेंस. ओके, और इसके लिए खूब पढ़ें, कोई भी अलग अलग सोर्सेज से, अलग अलग डोमेन्स में आप यू ट्राई टू गेट इंफॉर्मेशन, ट्राई टू बी अपडेटेड, हैव कॉन्फिडेंस, एंड देन यू विल बी एबल टू एस्टेब्लिश रैपो. ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड पीपल, ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड पीपल कि एक्चुअली आप ये देखें कि जिनके साथ आप बात कर रहे हैं उनका लेवल क्या है, वो क्या चाहते हैं, किस ढंग से मैं किसी से बात कर सकता हूं. सपोज आई एम टॉकिंग टू अ पर्सन हु इज वेरी सीनियर टू मी, आई एम टॉकिंग टू अ पर्सन इन अ पीयर ग्रुप, तो बिल्कुल अलग टाइप की कम्युनिकेशन होगी. तो आप लोगों को समझने की कोशिश करें कि जिनके साथ आप बात कर रहे हैं डे टू डे बेसिस पे, वो उनका क्या, किस लेवल पे हमें बात करनी चाहिए, वो क्या चाहते हैं. दिस इज ऑल्सो वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. यू मस्ट बी इंथुजियास्टिक एंड एनर्जेटिक, ये भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. जब भी बात करें बहुत एनर्जी के साथ बात करें. जो भी आप, कोई भी आप अपना व्यू पॉइंट रखना चाहते हैं, दिस नीड टू हैव लॉट ऑफ एनर्जी, लॉट ऑफ इंथुजियाज्म, एंड मस्ट मेंटेन आई कॉन्टेक्ट विद अदर्स. ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. कई बार आप ना जस्ट विजुलाइज कीजिए, you are talking, the other person is not having eye contact with you, but still the person is listening. तो क्या आपको लगता है कि कम्युनिकेशन इफेक्टिव हो रही है? नहीं हो रही है. आई कांटेक्ट होना बहुत जरूरी है. तो ये बहुत एक इंपॉर्टेंट पैरामीटर है कि जब भी हम किसी से बात कर रहे हैं, वी मस्ट हैव फ्रॉम टाइम टू टाइम, बीच बीच में आप आई कांटेक्ट रखें, एंड यू मस्ट बी इंटरेस्टेड इन देम. आप अगर किसी से बात कर रहे हैं, आप तो अपना व्यू पॉइंट कह रहे हैं, but then when the other person is saying something, maybe the other person is having different viewpoint, but then you must be interested in what the other person is saying. वो क्या कह रहा है, उसमें भी हम इंटरेस्टेड रहें. So these are some of the things. अगर हम इन चीजों का ध्यान रखें, you can have good rapport with others, और तब आपकी कम्युनिकेशन स्किल्स हैं वो ज्यादा इफेक्टिव हो पाएंगी. एक और जो चीज है कम्युनिकेशन स्किल्स के अंदर, वो है कि हमें क्लैरिटी होनी चाहिए. वी मस्ट बी अवेयर कि कौन कौन से बैरियर्स हैं जो कम्युनिकेशन प्रोसेस में आ रहे हैं, जिसके कारण कम्युनिकेशन इफेक्टिवली नहीं हो पाती है. ऑल्दो वी हैव केप्ट ए सेशन, क्लासरूम कम्युनिकेशन का एक अलग भी सेशन है, और उसमें डिस्कशन हुई है चीजों के बारे में, लेकिन मैं ये इस पॉइंट को मैं दोबारा से फोकस करना चाहता हूं कि एक्चुअली कम्युनिकेशन का अगर आप मॉडल देखें तो तीन ही चीजें हैं. एक तो है सेंडर ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन, हम उसको कम्युनिकेटर भी कह रहे हैं. देन देयर इज अनदर पर्सन हु इज रिसीविंग द इंफॉर्मेशन, हम उसको रिसीवर कह रहे हैं. सो सेंडर एंड रिसीवर, और बीच में क्या है, एनवायरमेंट. सो तीन ही चीजें हैं, सेंडर और कम्युनिकेटर, रिसीवर, और बीच वाला जो चीज है मीडियम और एनवायरमेंट. तो अगर आपकी कम्युनिकेशन इफेक्टिव नहीं है, देयर आर सर्टन गैप्स, कहीं पे एक प्रॉब्लम आ रही है, मिसकम्युनिकेशन हो रही है, तो एक्चुअली प्रॉब्लम सिर्फ तीन जगह पे ही है. एक या तीन में से एक जगह पे है या दो जगह पे है, आइदर एट कम्युनिकेटर लेवल और एट रिसीवर लेवल और एट द मीडियम लेवल और एनवायरमेंट लेवल. तो मैं ब्रॉडली थोड़ी सी चीजें आपके साथ में शेयर कर रहा हूं कि ये तीन लेवल पे किस टाइप के बैरियर आते हैं, किस टाइप की प्रॉब्लम्स हैं. एज ए कम्युनिकेटर अगर मैं बात कर रहा हूं, इफ आई एम सेंडिंग द इंफॉर्मेशन, तो मुझे ये चीजें, कुछ चीजें मुझे देखनी पड़ेंगी. वेदर आई एम अनविलिंग टू से थिंग्स डिफरेंटली. कई बार ना हम चीजों को कह रहे हैं लेकिन एक ही स्टाइल में कह रहे हैं, और वो चीज इफेक्टिवली हम नहीं कम्युनिकेट कर पाते हैं. तो क्या मेरे अंदर एबिलिटी है टू से द थिंग्स डिफरेंटली? क्या मैं किसी अलग स्टाइल से चीज मैं आपको कम्युनिकेट कर सकता हूं? ये आप थोड़ा सा सोचें कि मैं हर बार उसे बोल के बात कर रहा हूं. क्या मैं कई बार मैं रिटर्न में भी मैं मैसेज में दे रहा हूं? क्या मैं कई बार मैं ईमेल पे भी मैं मैसेज दे रहा हूं? क्या कई बार मैं सोशल साइट पे भी मैं जाके आपके साथ में कम्युनिकेट कर रहा हूं? तो क्या मैं अलग ढंग से मैं आपके साथ बात कर सकता हूं? ये मुझे चेक करना पड़ेगा. वेदर आई कैन रिलेट टू अदर्स, मैं किसी और ढंग से आपके साथ रिलेट कर पा रहा हूं. मान लीजिए आप सभी टीचर हैं, आप स्टूडेंट के साथ कैसे रिलेट कर पा रहे हैं? एज ए टीचर आप कहते हैं कि मैं टीचर हूं, स्टूडेंट को कह रहे हैं, बट एट टाइम्स यू मे नॉट बी टीचर, एट टाइम्स यू मे एक्ट एज फ्रेंड, एट टाइम्स यू मे एक्ट एज ए गाइड, एट अदर टाइम यू मे एक्ट एज ए फैसिलिटेटर. तो कई बार हमें अच्छे ढंग से कम्युनिकेट करने के लिए दूसरे लोगों के साथ अलग ढंग से रिलेट करना पड़ेगा. आई कैन नॉट ऑलवेज एक्ट एज ए टीचर. तो ये भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है दैट हाउ आई रिलेट टू अदर्स. अगर मैं अलग अलग ढंग से मैं रिलेट कर पाता हूं दूसरों के साथ, तो मैं अच्छे ढंग से कम्युनिकेट कर पाएंगे. देन माय फ्रेंड्स, अनविलिंगनेस टू लर्न न्यू अप्रोचेस. कई बार ना हमें कहता है, हमें लगता है कि कम्युनिकेशन तो नेचुरल प्रोसेस है, इसमें सीखने की क्या बात है. मुझे बोलना आता है, मुझे पढ़ना आता है, मुझे सुनने में क्या प्रॉब्लम है, सुनना तो आता है, कानों ने सुनना है. लेकिन आप ये देखिए कि हर जगह पे टेक्नोलॉजिकल एडवांसेस हो रही हैं. अब ये जो कम्युनिकेशन भी ना, ये एक बहुत ही प्रोफेशनल एरिया है. हमें जो अलग अलग मेथड्स हैं, कम्युनिकेशन के मेथड हैं, हमें सीखने पड़ेंगे. अलग अलग अप्रोचेस हैं हाउ टू कम्युनिकेट इफेक्टिवली. वी मस्ट लर्न दीज थिंग्स. हमें सीखनी पड़ेंगी चीजें ये. तो लेकिन अगर आपको लगता है, अगर मेरा माइंड सेट है कि कम्युनिकेशन में सीखने की क्या बात है, ये तो इजी है, देन देयर विल बी प्रॉब्लम. तब आप अच्छे ढंग से कम्युनिकेट नहीं कर पाएंगे. सो माय फ्रेंड्स, वी मस्ट मेक एफर्ट्स. हम इंडिविजुअली भी, खुद भी हम सीखें, और स्टूडेंट्स को भी एनकरेज करें दैट दे लर्न द अप्रोचेस हाउ टू कम्युनिकेट इफेक्टिवली. ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. समटाइम्स वी आर नॉट कॉन्फिडेंट अबाउट अदर्स. हमें कई बार लगता है कि आई मीन दैट सेल्फ कॉन्फिडेंस इज नॉट देयर. वो चीजें मिसिंग हैं. हमें लगता है कि ओके, मैं कई बार ऐसा लगता है आपको कि मैं शायद अच्छे ढंग से कम्युनिकेट नहीं कर पा रहा हूं. ये आपको कई बार इस टाइप की फीलिंग आएगी. तो अगर आपको इस टाइप का कभी फीलिंग आ रही है, प्लीज एनालाइज दैट सिचुएशन, व्हाई यू आर नॉट एबल टू कम्युनिकेट. अगर आपको इस टाइप की सिचुएशन आई 2 या 4 बार, किसी सम पर्सन आर टेलिंग यू कि आपने ये चीज मेरे को ठीक ढंग से नहीं बताई, प्लीज एनालाइज दैट. और जब आप नेक्स्ट सिचुएशन आए, तब आप उसको करेक्ट कर लीजिए. लेकिन ये सेल्फ कॉन्फिडेंस बहुत जरूरी है अगर आपने दूसरों के साथ कम्युनिकेट करना है. समटाइम्स माय फ्रेंड्स, ये मैंने आपके साथ डिस्कस किया कि हमें बहुत एनर्जेटिकली काम करना पड़ेगा. लॉट ऑफ एंथुसियाज्म, लॉट ऑफ एनर्जी इज रिक्वायर्ड व्हेन यू आर कम्युनिकेटिंग विद अदर्स. बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. तो ये भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट. एंड एट द सेम टाइम प्रेजुडिस. कई बार ना हमारे माइंड सेट है हमें कि मैं जैसा मर्जी इफेक्टिवली बोलूं, आपको समझ नहीं आएगा. ये मेरा माइंड में है. अगर इस टाइप की चीज है, सो दैट प्रेजुडिस, हमें वी हैव टू ओवरकम दिस प्रेजुडिस. तो ये चीजें हैं कम्युनिकेटर लेवल पे, जिसके कारण आपका कम्युनिकेशन, यू आर नॉट एबल टू कम्युनिकेट इफेक्टिवली. कुछ एक लोग चीजें और भी हैं जो मैं आपके साथ शेयर करना चाहूंगा. समटाइम्स देयर इज डिसएग्रीमेंट बिटवीन what you are saying and what your body is saying. आप कह तो कुछ रहे हैं, लेकिन आपकी बॉडी कुछ और कह रही है. अगर इनके बीच में डिसएग्रीमेंट है, तब आप अच्छे ढंग से कम्युनिकेट नहीं कर पाएंगे. समटाइम देयर इज आल्सो लैक ऑफ मोटिवेशन. एंड एक और जो चीज है जो मैं कम्युनिकेटर लेवल पे आपके साथ शेयर करना चाहूंगा कि वी मस्ट हैव कमांड ओवर अवर लैंग्वेज, वोकैबुलरी, ग्रामर, फोनेटिक्स. ये वाली चीजों पे भी हमें बहुत काम करना पड़ेगा. अगर आप अच्छे ढंग से चाहते हैं कि दूसरे आपकी बात को सुन पाएं, आप अच्छे ढंग से कम्युनिकेट कर पाएं, तो लैंग्वेज में कमांड होनी बहुत जरूरी है. ग्रामर पे कमांड हो आपकी, ये चीजें बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. वोकैबुलरी पे आप कोशिश करें हर रोज कुछ ना कुछ 5-7 नए वर्ड सीखने की कोशिश करें और उसको यूटिलाइज करें डे टू डे आपके इंटरेक्शन में. तो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. दीज आर द बैरियर्स एट सेंडर लेवल और एट कम्युनिकेटर लेवल. Let us see the barriers at the receiver level. आप सुन रहे हैं दूसरे की बात, लेकिन आपके लेवल पे भी कुछ ना कुछ प्रॉब्लम्स हो सकती हैं. What are the barriers at the receiver level? Sometimes the receiver might be having selective perception. उसका परसेप्शन ही एक बड़े नैरो एरिया में है. Then there may be communication gap. Sometimes the receiver is not willing to change. रिसीवर कहता है सर ये तो हो ही नहीं सकता है. द कम्युनिकेटर इज सेइंग ओके, लेट अस ट्राई दिस वे, लेट अस ट्राई द अदर वे, लेट अस ट्राई सम अल्टरनेटिव. बट द रिसीवर से नहीं सर ये तो हो ही नहीं सकता. से मैं एग्जांपल कहता हूं कि हम कैरिकुलम को बहुत अच्छे ढंग से इंप्लीमेंट कर सकते हैं डिस्पाइट द फैक्ट के रिसोर्सेज की कमी है. बट आप कहते हैं कि नहीं सर, जब तक रिसोर्सेज नहीं आएंगे कैरिकुलम इंप्लीमेंटेशन अच्छा हो ही नहीं सकता. दैट मे बी देयर आर सिचुएशन वेयर यू से यू आर वेरी रिजिड, you are unwilling to change. Then there will be, फिर आप अच्छे ढंग से कम्युनिकेशन नहीं हो पाएगी. Sometimes there may be lack of interest in the topic. You may not be interested in the topic. You may not be interested in listening what the other person is saying. then there may be communication gap. Sometimes there may be some prejudice. You have your own belief system. कई बार है आपके साथ कोई कम्युनिकेट कर रहा है, उसकी अपना बिलीफ है, लेकिन आपका अपना बिलीफ है, and there may be disagreement between what the other person is saying and what you are listening. अगर इस टाइप का बिलीफ सिस्टम है, आपका प्रेजुडिस है, then again there will be gap. कई बार इस टाइप की भी सिचुएशन आती है रिसीवर लेवल पे, दैट यू आर हैविंग रिबटल इंस्टिंक्ट. रिबटल इंस्टिंक्ट का क्या मीनिंग है? दैट यू रिफ्यूज टू एक्सेप्ट व्हाट द अदर इज सेइंग. व्हाटएवर द अदर पर्सन इज सेइंग, आप कहते हैं कि सर ये तो हो नहीं सकता है. समटाइम्स आई मीन व्हेन यू सी, जैसे आप देखें हमारा जैसे अपोजिशन पार्टी है, मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम आप देखेंगे, विजुलाइज करेंगे, व्हाटएवर गुड स्कीम इज कमिंग, बहुत अच्छी अच्छी चीजें आ रही हैं, लेकिन एट द सेम टाइम कई बार आप देखेंगे अपोजिशन पार्टी का ये उसका एक स्टांस होता है दैट वी विल नॉट एग्री व्हाट द रूलिंग पार्टी इज सेइंग. तो इस टाइप का चीज है. ऐसे ही आपका एक कई बार माइंडसेट है दैट यू रिफ्यूज टू एग्री, you refuse to go with what other person is saying. So sometime that if that instinct is there, then there will be problem. And then sometime you are having your own value system, जिसके कारण आपको ये problem हो सकती है. And then my friends, there may be some problem that the medium level या environment level की भी कोई problem हो सकती हैं. कई बार अगर आसपास बहुत शोर हो रहा है, you are not able to listen properly what the other person is saying. बहुत शोर हो रहा है, environment proper नहीं है, lot of humidity all around, अच्छा environment नहीं है, temperature बहुत ज्यादा है, तब आप दूसरे की बात अच्छे ढंग से नहीं सुन पाएंगे. Sometime the status of other person that also makes a difference. आप किसके साथ बात कर रहे हैं वो भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. आप किसी बहुत सीनियर आदमी से बात कर रहे हैं, then your style of communication will change. आप देखेंगे. और कई बार आप अपने दोस्त के साथ बात कर रहे हैं and then there are 2 or 3 persons sitting beside you, तो भी आपका जो बात करने का स्टाइल है चेंज हो जाएगा. So presence of some other person, the status of the person who is listening to you, they make a lot of difference as far as communication is concerned. And my friend, time is also important. हम कई बार ना ये कहते हैं कि हर चीज को करने का और कहने का एक स्पेसिफिक टाइम है. आपने भी ये बात सुनी होगी, हर चीज को करने का और कहने का एक सही टाइम होता है. तो टाइम इज ऑल्सो वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. कोई चीज को आप कब कह रहे हैं वो भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. सो एनवायरमेंट लेवल पे भी नॉइस, टेम्परेचर, ह्यूमिडिटी, वेन्यू, स्टेटस ऑफ द पर्सन, टाइम, ऑल दीज पैरामीटर्स आर वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. और अगर हम if we do not keep these things in mind, then there will be communication gap. And my friends, certain inputs, मैंने आपके साथ एक तो ये communication की बात की, कुछ चीजें मैं personality development के ऊपर मैं कुछ चीजें फोकस करना चाहूंगा कि हमने बच्चों के अंदर personality के aspects हैं, इन पे हमने कैसे फोकस करना है. जब मैं personality की बात कर रहा हूं, actually personality का क्या मीनिंग है? Personality comes from the Latin word persona, and persona means mask. Personality is a collection of a pattern of emotional thoughts and behavior. एक पैटर्न है, consistently you are behaving in a particular way, you are acting in a particular way, that is your personality. वही आपकी personality है. आप किस ढंग से काम कर रहे हैं, आपका किसी चीज के प्रति एटीट्यूड क्या है over a period of time, आपके इमोशंस क्या हैं towards a particular thing, all these patterns they constitute personality. और पर्सनैलिटी सिर्फ आउटवर्ड लुक नहीं है, ये आप थोड़ा सा माइंड में रखें. पर्सनैलिटी इज नॉट मियर आउटवर्ड लुक. कई बार ना हम कहते हैं क्योंकि पर्सनैलिटी है, आदमी कैसा दिखाई देता है, उसने क्या कपड़े पहने हुए हैं, फिजिकली कैसे दिखाई देता है, वो एक एस्पेक्ट है. सिर्फ आउटवर्ड लुक ही पर्सनैलिटी नहीं है, लेकिन पर्सनैलिटी में और भी कई चीजें आती हैं. हाउ यू आर परफॉर्मिंग इन ए पर्टिकुलर सिचुएशन. और पर्सनैलिटी डिपेंड करती है आप किस एनवायरनमेंट में आपने काम किया है, किस एनवायरनमेंट में आप पढ़े हैं, पले हैं, हेरिडिटी के रिलेटेड आपके पैरामीटर्स हैं. पर्सनैलिटी को हम इंप्रूव कर सकते हैं, पॉलिश कर सकते हैं थ्रू ट्रेनिंग, थ्रू प्रॉपर एक्सपीरियंसेस. और एक चीज मैं पर्सनैलिटी के साथ कहना चाहूंगा, जब भी आप किसी ग्रुप में बात कर रहे हैं, लोगों के साथ बात कर रहे हैं, एक पर्टिकुलर सिचुएशन में, एक सेटअप में आप हैं, when you leave that place, whatever is left is your personality. So whenever you leave a place, whatever is left is personality. तो ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. इंडस्ट्री के जो लोग हैं, besides communication skill, the persons of industry, they want that our students must have good personality. बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट पैरामीटर है. And you see some personality from sports arena, whether you talk about Vishwanathan Anand or Sania Mirza or Sachin or Abhinav Bindra. So, and you may be having your own role models, but there are definitely people in all the field. हर जगह पे आपको कुछ रोल मॉडल मिलेंगे, कुछ ऐसे लोग मिलेंगे जिनसे आप इन्फ्लुएंस्ड हैं, जिनसे आप कुछ सीख सकते हैं. तो उनकी पर्सनैलिटी में कुछ ना कुछ ऐसी चीजें हैं जिससे आप इन्फ्लुएंस्ड हैं. पर्सनैलिटी को मैं एक्चुअली में 3 एस्पेक्ट में देख रहा हूं पर्सनैलिटी के. एक तो आउटर पार्ट है, एक प्रोफेशनल पार्ट है, और एक और पार्ट है द इनर पार्ट. आउटर, प्रोफेशनल एंड इनर पार्ट ऑफ पर्सनैलिटी. As far as the outer part is concerned, आप देखिए आउटर पार्ट में हम क्या देख रहे हैं. आउटर पर्सनैलिटी में नीट, क्लीन एंड वेल मैनर्ड. आपने अच्छे कपड़े डाले हुए हैं, आपके मैनर्स कैसे हैं. सो दिस इज आउटर पर्सनैलिटी. हाउ एक्टिव यू आर, हाउ एनर्जेटिक यू आर, कितनी इंथुजियाज्म के साथ आप कोई काम कर रहे हैं, कैसे दूसरों के साथ बात कर रहे हैं. दिस all these things are your outer personality. Even punctuality, discipline, and whether you are well informed, ये सारी चीजें हैं, ये आपका outer personality का part है. To what extent you are responsible, कोई आपको task दिया गया है, to what extent you are responsible, to what extent you are flexible, आपकी personality के अंदर कितना dynamism है, ये सारी चीजें, these are various aspects of outer personality. सिर्फ outer personality ही नहीं है personality. This has to be kept in mind. This is one parameter. This is one aspect of personality. The other aspect is professional personality. जब आप किसी वर्क प्लेस में, आप अपने इंस्टीट्यूशन में, आप ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में जब आप काम कर रहे हैं, there are certain aspects of personality. Whether you are having clarity about your job role, आप जो भी काम कर रहे हैं, क्या आपके उसके बारे में बिल्कुल क्लियर हैं, क्या आप चीजों को सिस्टेमेटिकली करते हैं. That is your professional personality. How hard working you are, आप कितनी मेहनत से साथ, कितनी कमिटमेंट के साथ कोई काम कर रहे हैं. That is your professional personality. और आपका चीजों के प्रति विजन क्या है. Whether you are having clear vision, मैंने अगले 5 साल में मैंने क्या अचीव करना है, अगले 10 साल में मेरी टीम ने क्या अचीव करना है. Whether that vision is clear to you, और कितनी डिटर्मिनेशन के साथ, कितनी विल पावर है आपके साथ, आपके विल पावर है आपके पास टू अचीव दोज ऑब्जेक्टिव. दैट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. वेदर यू आर हैविंग लीडरशिप क्वालिटी, टीम स्पिरिट है आपके पास, और क्या आप प्रोफेशनल एथिक्स को फॉलो कर रहे हैं, आपकी मॉरल वैल्यूज क्या हैं. सो दीज आर द एस्पेक्ट्स रिलेटेड टू प्रोफेशनल पर्सनैलिटी. और एक और पार्ट है पर्सनैलिटी का, दैट इज योर इनर पर्सनैलिटी. इनर पर्सनैलिटी, इनर पर्सनैलिटी में देखिए आप, वेदर यू आर हैविंग एम्पैथी एंड सिंपैथी. व्हाट इज द डिफरेंस बिटवीन एम्पैथी एंड सिंपैथी. सिंपैथी मींस यू फील फॉर अदर्स. कोई देयर इज अ फ्रेंड ऑफ योर्स हु इज इन ट्रबल, हु इज हैविंग प्रॉब्लम, उसे कोई दुख है, दर्द है, एंड यू कैन रियली फील दैट पेन, यू कैन फील द प्रॉब्लम ऑफ अदर पर्सन. एम्पैथी का मतलब है कि आप खुद को अपने उसी सिचुएशन में पा रहे हैं. आप कहते हैं कि मैं भी उसी सिचुएशन से गुजरा हुआ हूं. दैट इज यू आर एम्पैथाइजिंग विद अदर. सो वेदर यू आर हैविंग दैट फीलिंग ऑफ एम्पैथी एंड सिंपैथी, वेदर यू आर स्वीट, लविंग एंड केयरिंग, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. दैट रिफ्लेक्ट्स योर इनर पर्सनैलिटी. कई बार है ना, हम एकदम ऑल ऑफ ए सडन वी आर वेरी टची, छोटी सी चीज है, कोई कहते हैं, मतलब आप कहते हैं कि मेरे को हाथ मत लगाओ, मेरे से बात मत करो, कई बार ना इस टाइप के आपको बात करते हैं। तो वेदर यू आर इम्पल्सिव, ऑल ऑफ ए सडन आप एकदम कोई डिसीजन लेते हैं, वेदर यू आर इम्पल्सिव, वेदर यू आर टची और यू आर स्लैक, कोई काम आपको दिया जाता है, रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी दी जाती है, आप अपने ढंग से धीरे धीरे चीज को काम कर रहे हैं, यू आर वेरी स्लैक, आपका इतना एकदम एनर्जी के साथ काम नहीं कर रहे हैं, इंस्टेंटली आप काम नहीं कर रहे हैं। सो ये दिस इज ऑल दीज पैरामीटर्स आर रिलेटेड टू इनर पर्सनैलिटी। वेदर यू आर calm and composed while working, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। वेदर यू आर एबल टू कंट्रोल योर इमोशंस, दिस इज योर इनर पर्सनैलिटी। वेदर यू आर हैविंग सेल्फ कॉन्फिडेंस, आप कॉन्फिडेंटली, आप कोई भी काम आपको दिया जा रहा है, आप कॉन्फिडेंटली वो काम कर रहे हैं, and you are able to have confidence of other persons also, and whether you can control, you are having control over yourself, you are fearless, all these things are part of inner personality. So my friends, three aspects of personality: outer personality, professional personality and inner personality. तो हमें ये बच्चों के अंदर हमें ये तीनों एस्पेक्ट को डेवलप करना पड़ेगा। अल्टीमेटली हम सिर्फ ये चाहते हैं कि हम सिर्फ टेक्निकल मैन पावर नहीं चाहते कि बच्चे को टेक्निकल नॉलेज दे दी, टेक्निकल स्किल दे दी, वी वांट अ होलसम पर्सनैलिटी, वी वांट स्टूडेंट्स हु कैन कंट्रीब्यूट इन नेशन बिल्डिंग, हु कैन हेल्प इन बिल्डिंग अ सोसाइटी। तो इसलिए पर्सनैलिटी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। एंड माय फ्रेंड्स, लास्ट स्लाइड, दिस इज द लास्ट स्लाइड दैट आई वुड लाइक टू शो यू। कैसे हमने पर्सनैलिटी डेवलप करनी है बच्चों के अंदर, हम किस टाइप का इनिशिएटिव ले विद इन आवर इंस्टीट्यूशन एज ए टीचर, व्हाट शुड आई डू टू डेवलप द पर्सनैलिटी ऑफ अदर्स। कुछ एस्पेक्ट हैं मैं आपके साथ शेयर कर रहा हूं। हमारे स्टूडेंट है ना, उनके जो फ्रेंड्स हैं, उनका फ्रेंड्स का जो सर्कल है, हर स्टूडेंट का अपना फ्रेंड का सर्कल है। तो हमें ये देखना पड़ेगा कि जो फ्रेंड्स का सर्कल है बनाया हुआ बच्चों ने, वो कैसा है। कंपनी मेक्स ए लॉट ऑफ डिफरेंस। आप जिस कंपनी में है, ऑल द टाइम यू आर विद योर फ्रेंड्स, तो आपका जो फ्रेंड्स का सर्कल है, किस टाइप के बच्चे हैं जो आपके सर्कल के अंदर है, वेदर यू आर हैविंग ए गुड सर्कल, दैट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। तो आप ये एज ए टीचर आपकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है, आप देखें कि जिसके साथ भी अगर आपने पर्सनैलिटी डेवलप करनी है बच्चों की, अल्टीमेटली इफ यू आर हैविंग गुड फ्रेंड्स, आप उनके साथ बात कर रहे हैं, यू विल बी लर्निंग गुड थिंग्स, आप एक सही डायरेक्शन में जा रहे हैं। बट इफ देयर इज ए बैड कंपनी, you are moving in a wrong direction. So company makes lot of difference. Good friend circle, please ensure कि आपके जो क्लास में जिनके साथ भी आप इंटरेक्ट कर रहे हैं, जिनको भी आप पढ़ा रहे हैं, they have good friend circle. एक तो ये इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है जो आप इंश्योर करें। Then teacher act as a role model. अगर आपने बच्चों की पर्सनैलिटी डेवलप करनी है, students are learning lot of things from the teachers, so please ensure that you also act as a role model for the student. अगर आप पंक्चुअलिटी पे फोकस कर रहे हैं, you want that the student must appreciate the importance of punctuality or discipline, तो टीचर को एज ए रोल मॉडल काम करना पड़ेगा। So many things you can teach to your student as far as personality is concerned. Then my friends, we need to give lot of importance to extracurricular activities. So many times I have seen के जो हम स्टूडेंट सेंटर्ड एक्टिविटी के लिए टाइम देते हैं ना, हर सेमेस्टर में हमने कुछ टाइम रखा हुआ है, while we are designing the curriculum, around 4 to 6 hours every week we are keeping as extracurricular activities or student centered activities. लेकिन उसमें आप देखेंगे कि to what extent you are utilizing that time. That time is very important for developing the personality of the students. अगर आप बच्चों से कोई काम करवा रहे हैं टीम के अंदर, चाहे वो स्पोर्ट्स, NCC, NSS, camp, cultural function, any type of activity, you are giving some assignment to the students, they are going to the library, even that is a very good thing to develop the personality. तो ये चीजें हैं, आप कोई एक्सपर्ट लेक्चर बुला रहे हैं और ग्रुप में डिस्कशन करवा रहे हैं, कोई प्रेजेंटेशन करवा रहे हैं, all these things are leading to personality development. So please give lot of focus, और बड़े अच्छे ढंग से अगर आप एक्स्ट्रा करिकुलर एक्टिविटीज ऑर्गेनाइज करवाते हैं, दैट इज लीडिंग टू पर्सनैलिटी डेवलपमेंट. एंड प्लीज ऑर्गेनाइज कंपटीशंस इन योर डिपार्टमेंट एंड एट इंस्टीट्यूट लेवल. कोई ना कोई कंपटीशन हो रहा है, वॉट एवर is being taught to the student in the form of knowledge, skill, कुछ भी आप पढ़ा रहे हैं उसके रिलेटेड आप कंपटीशन करवाएं। हर 1 या 2 महीने के बाद एक बड़ा कंपटीशन हो रहा है and students are participating in those competition, that will develop the personality of the students. क्योंकि कंपटीशन से कितनी चीजें बच्चों को सीखने को मिलेंगी, यू कैन नॉट विजुअलाइज। और जो भी मैं ये यहाँ पे फोकस कर रहा हूँ, कम्युनिकेशन स्किल, इंटरपर्सनल स्किल्स, इंडिपेंडेंट लर्निंग और एनालिटिकल स्किल्स, प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग स्किल, सभी चीजें ये बच्चों के अंदर डेवलप हो जाएंगी अगर ये हम कंपटीशन ऑर्गेनाइज कर रहे हैं। एंड माय फ्रेंड, द लास्ट एस्पेक्ट इज प्लीज encourage the students to attend training programs related to personality, related to time management, stress management, communication skill, analytical ability। इन सभी में प्रोफेशनल प्रोग्राम्स हैं, कोई 3 दिन का प्रोग्राम है, 5 दिन का प्रोग्राम है। अगर आप बच्चे हमारे प्रोग्राम इस टाइप के अटेंड करते हैं और यू ऑर्गेनाइज सम ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम एट योर इंस्टीट्यूट, जो जिसमें सारे बच्चे अटेंड कर रहे हैं इस टाइप के प्रोग्राम, दैट विल ऑल्सो लीड टू डेवलपमेंट ऑफ पर्सनैलिटी। So my friends, these are some of the things that I have discussed with you. लेकिन ये 3-4 चीजें आप definitely when you are talking about employable skills, it is very important for us that we focus on। मैं इतनी ज्यादा है employable skill, लेकिन मैं कहता हूँ कि सिर्फ 3 या 4 skills हैं, उसी पे फोकस करो। और 3 या 4 जो skills हैं जो मेन हैं, उनमें आती हैं कम्युनिकेशन स्किल और पर्सनैलिटी डेवलपमेंट एंड इंटरपर्सनल स्किल्स। अगर यही 3 चीजों पे अगर हम फोकस कर पाएंगे तो आई एम श्योर दैट वी विल बी एबल टू डेवलप द डिजायर्ड एम्प्लॉयबल स्किल्स अमंगस्ट आवर स्टूडेंट्स, दैट विल गिव अ लॉट ऑफ कॉन्फिडेंस टू आवर स्टूडेंट्स एंड दे विल बी एबल टू contribute effectively at their workplace. Thank you. My friends at different nodal centers, if there are any questions related to employable skills, you are most welcome.
Hello sir.
Yes.
Sir, Sunil Kumar from Bharat Group of College, Sardulgarh.
Yes. Yes. What is your question?
हेलो सर।
हाँ जी, बताइए, अपना क्वेश्चन बताइए।
सर, आपने एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी की बात करी लेक्चर के स्टार्टिंग में, तो क्या आपको लगता है कि आज जो प्राइवेट कॉलेजेस, जितने भी टेक्निकल कॉलेजेस हैं, वो इंडस्ट्री के लेवल के जो आउटपुट है वो दे रहे हैं, या उस लेवल के जो स्टूडेंट्स जो इंडस्ट्रीज को चाहिए वो प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं? वो क्या आपको लगता है, क्या ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए कि जो गवर्निंग बॉडी है, लाइक टेक्निकल एजुकेशन बोर्ड है या यूनिवर्सिटीज है, AICTE है, उनको टाइम टू टाइम उन कॉलेजेस का इंस्पेक्शन वगैरह करनी चाहिए, उनकी जो क्वालिटीज है उनको देखना चाहिए, इंस्पेक्ट करना चाहिए?
विद द पैसेज ऑफ टाइम आप देखिए कि पहले अगर आप थोड़ा सा पोजीशन देखें कि 10 साल पहले हमारे टेक्निकल इंस्टीट्यूशन कितनी थी, कितने इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज थे, पॉलिटेक्निक्स कितने थे इन ए पर्टिकुलर स्टेट या नेशनल लेवल पे, तो आप देखेंगे कि पिछले 10 से 12 साल के अंदर टेक्निकल एजुकेशन की बहुत ज़्यादा एक्सपेंशन हुई है। मैनीफोल्ड, इट हैज़ इंक्रीज मैनीफोल्ड। जितने पहले बच्चों को ट्रेनिंग दे रहे थे हम 10 साल या 12 साल पहले, और जो आज की डेट में जितने बच्चों को ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं, जितने इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेजेस, पॉलिटेक्निक्स और ITI आज की डेट में है, तो बहुत ज़्यादा एक्सपेंशन हुई है। और उसका एक रीज़न तो ये रहा है कि हमें अभी भी, मैं ये कहता हूँ कि हमें जो रिक्वायरमेंट है वो बहुत ज़्यादा रिक्वायरमेंट है। वी नीड अराउंड 50 मिलियन पर्सन एट बाय 2022 वी नीड 50,000 पर्सन हु शुड बी ट्रेन्ड। तो डिमांड और सप्लाई में बहुत गैप है, जिसके कारण इतने ज़्यादा इंस्टीट्यूशन खुले हैं। बट दैट इज़ वन एस्पेक्ट। जैसे हमने इंस्टीट्यूशन ओपन किए, टेक्निकल इंस्टीट्यूशन खुली, इंस्टीट्यूशन तो खुल गए हैं, लेकिन जो हमारा जो हम कैरिकुलम ऑब्जेक्टिव्स थे या गोल्स अचीव करना चाहते थे, वहां पे हम कहीं ना कहीं पे कंप्रोमाइज कर रहे हैं। वी आर नॉट एबल टू मीट द ऑब्जेक्टिव। इंस्टीट्यूशन तो खुल गए हैं, लेकिन जो कॉम्पिटेंसीज हम बच्चों के अंदर डेवलप करना चाहते थे वो हम नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, वहां पे कहीं ना कहीं पे कंप्रोमाइज कर रहे हैं। सो व्हाट आई विल, अभी भी मैं मेरा फोकस ये रहेगा, कितनी इंस्टीट्यूशन है वो इतना इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है, क्या आप कैरिकुलम के ऑब्जेक्टिव्स को मैच कर पा रहे हैं कि नहीं। जो भी आपने कॉम्पिटेंसी प्रोफाइल लिखी हुई है, कैरिकुलम के ऑब्जेक्टिव्स क्या हैं, आपके इंस्टीट्यूशन के गोल क्या हैं, क्या आप उन चीजों को अचीव कर पा रहे हैं कि नहीं। अगर आप डिजायर्ड नॉलेज स्किल दे पा रहे हैं, फिर आपके बच्चे हैं, दे विल बी एबल टू मैच द रिक्वायरमेंट ऑफ द इंडस्ट्री। जैसे मैंने आज इसमें कुछ स्लाइड में मैंने दिखाया, एबिलिटी टू रीड एंड इंटरप्रेट ड्राइंग, एबिलिटी टू अंडरस्टैंड, हमारे बच्चों को नॉलेज हो मटेरियल्स के बारे में, प्रोसेसेस, मशीन्स, इक्विपमेंट के बारे में नॉलेज हो, क्वालिटी कंट्रोल ऑपरेशन के बारे में नॉलेज हो, प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग एबिलिटी, एबिलिटी टू कम्युनिकेट इफेक्टिवली। ये वाली चीजें अगर हम बच्चों को दे पाते हैं, देन हमारा स्टूडेंट है एक इस लेवल पे है कि वो अच्छे ढंग से कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकता है इंडस्ट्री में जाके, बढ़िया ढंग से काम कर सकता है, और जो भी इंडस्ट्री की रिक्वायरमेंट है उसको वो मीट कर सकता है। थैंक यू
सर। एक क्वेश्चन है यहाँ से पूछे।
यस
सर, one question. Sir, you gave 23% for communication skill.
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, but like what I feel, we are talking about technical knowledge. So
Yes.
this 23% maximum percentage you give for communication skill, instead of that we have to give for skill development, means skills. Like we are talking about the technical field. So technical field instead of communication is important, but with the communication skill is like skill development is more important than the communication skill if you are talking about the technical field.
ओके ये अलग चीज है, कम्युनिकेशन स्किल इज डिफरेंट, और जो टेक्निकल नॉलेज है और स्किल्स हैं दैट इज एंटायरली डिफरेंट। टेक्निकल, यस, व्हेन आई एम सेइंग टेक्निकल नॉलेज, दैट मींस नॉलेज रिलेटेड टू द डिसिप्लिन। मान लीजिए आप इलेक्ट्रिकल इंजीनियरिंग में कुछ सब्जेक्ट पढ़ा रहे हैं, आप मैकेनिकल इंजीनियरिंग में 1 या 2 सब्जेक्ट पढ़ा रहे हैं, तो जो भी आप डिसिप्लिन के स्पेसिफिक नॉलेज दे रहे हैं दैट इज योर टेक्निकल नॉलेज। अगर उसके रिलेटेड आप कुछ कोई प्रैक्टिकल्स बच्चे परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं, लैब में काम कर रहे हैं, वर्कशॉप में काम कर रहे हैं, द स्टूडेंट्स आर एक्चुअली एबल टू हैंडल सम इक्विपमेंट, सम इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स, दे आर एबल टू टेस्ट समथिंग, दे आर एबल टू मेजर समथिंग, तो वो वाली चीजें आपकी रिलेटेड डिसिप्लिन के रिलेटेड टेक्निकल स्किल आ गई। Communication, yes, just 1 minute. Communication skill is entirely different. Communication skill का मतलब है the ability to communicate effectively. जो भी चीज आपके माइंड में है, कोई चीज आप कोई चीज किसी दूसरे आदमी को बताना चाहते हैं, तो कितनी इफेक्टिवली वो चीज आप दूसरे को बता रहे हैं। इट में बी टेक्निकल, इट में बी नॉन टेक्निकल। आप अपने दोस्त के साथ बात कर रहे हैं, आप अपने सीनियर के साथ बात कर रहे हैं, आप स्टूडेंट के साथ बात कर रहे हैं, तब आप इफेक्टिवली कोई चीज को कैसे कह रहे हैं, दैट इज कम्युनिकेशन स्किल। और मैं आपके साथ एक पॉइंट में ये शेयर कर रहा हूं कि कम्युनिकेशन स्किल सबसे ज्यादा मैं वेटेज दे रहा हूं 23%, और अगर इंटरव्यू कर रहा हूं मैं 23 से भी ज्यादा देने की कोशिश करूंगा, क्योंकि कम्युनिकेशन स्किल ही सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है। टेक्निकल जो चीजें हैं, जो टेक्निकल चीजें पढ़ा रहे हैं आप, नॉलेज और स्किल दे रहे हैं, विद द पैसेज ऑफ टाइम ये चीजें ऑब्सोलीट हो जाएंगी। अब जैसे मान लीजिए आप कंप्यूटर पढ़ा रहे हैं, कंप्यूटर में हम पहले पढ़ा रहे थे PC 286, देन 386, 486, PT 80 आ गया, XT है, देन यू आर टॉकिंग अबाउट पेंटियम P2, P3। तो टेक्नोलॉजी तो धीरे धीरे चेंज हो रही है, जो आज टेक्निकली आप जो आज चीजें पढ़ा रहे हैं वो कल ऑब्सोलीट हो जाएगा। लेकिन ये जो कम्युनिकेशन स्किल है, प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग स्किल है, पर्सनैलिटी है, ये आपकी सारी जिंदगी आपके पास रहेगी। तो ये जो है ये लाइफ लॉन्ग लर्निंग स्किल है, ये परमानेंट स्किल है जो बच्चे के पास आ जाएंगी। हमें ये नहीं, आप मान लीजिए आप इलेक्ट्रिकल के डिसिप्लिन में पढ़ा रहे हैं बच्चे को, लेकिन आपको ये गारंटी नहीं है कि वो इलेक्ट्रिकल की इंडस्ट्री में जाएगा। इलेक्ट्रिकल का बच्चा, इट इज क्वाइट पॉसिबल कि वो सॉफ्टवेयर की इंडस्ट्री में जा रहा है। इलेक्ट्रिकल का बच्चा हो सकता है कि लेदर की इंडस्ट्री में जा रहा है या फैशन की इंडस्ट्री में जा रहा है। अगर इलेक्ट्रिकल का बच्चा सॉफ्टवेयर की इंडस्ट्री में जा रहा है तो जो आपने इलेक्ट्रिकल का सारा पढ़ाया वो उसके काम नहीं आएगा। क्या काम आएगा? दीज सॉफ्ट स्किल, यही जो कम्युनिकेशन स्किल है, प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग स्किल है, पर्सनैलिटी आपने डेवलप कर दी। सो कम्युनिकेशन स्किल इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। इसका मतलब डायरेक्टली सिंपल इसका मीनिंग है एबिलिटी टू कम्युनिकेट इफेक्टिवली। कोई भी चीज है, आप किसी भी प्लेटफॉर्म पे दूसरों के साथ बात कर रहे हैं, एबिलिटी टू रीड, राइट, स्पीक, लिसन इफेक्टिवली, दैट इज कम्युनिकेशन स्किल। तो किसी भी लेवल पे, किसी भी सिचुएशन में, किसी भी एनवायरनमेंट में कोई चीज आप डिस्कस करना चाहते हैं, बात कहना चाहते हैं, ये हमारे बच्चे कह पाए, उनके अंदर कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं है। अगर कोई क्वेश्चन पूछना है क्लासरूम में तो दे आर शेकी, वो 50 बार सोचते हैं कि मैं क्वेश्चन पूछूं या ना पहुंचूं, उनके अंदर कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं है। तो ये चीजें हमने बच्चों के अंदर डेवलप करनी है कि कैसे चीज को, कैसे बात करनी है दूसरों के साथ, अलग अलग टाइप के लोगों के साथ, सीनियर, जूनियर, पीयर ग्रुप, कम्युनिकेशन स्किल बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है।
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other question from Nodal Center? Any other question? Is there any Nodal Center? कोई क्वेश्चन है? भाई गुरदास इंस्टीट्यूट, is there any question? नहीं. Okay, my friends, if there are no questions, so we wind up this session. Thank you very much. और अगर उसके बावजूद कोई अगर आपके क्वेश्चन माइंड में आता है तो हमारे अभी आगे भी सेशंस हैं, तो you can always ask these questions. Thank you very much. Now we go for the lunch break. और दोबारा हम 2 बजे दोबारा सेशन स्टार्ट करेंगे। जो आफ्टरनून सेशन है दैट इज ऑन प्रोजेक्ट प्लानिंग, ऑर्गेनाइजिंग एंड इवेल्यूशन। तो ये सेशन है exact we'll start this session exact at 2 p.m. Thank you very much. Okay.
अरे ते कमी करा आवाज एकदम नाही थोडा वाढवा हा वाढवा साऊंड कसं देता येईल ठीक आहे खुर्ची परत अजून मांडला फक्त सगळं मालू हे जोडता येईल का बाहेर बाहेर जोडता येईल ना हे साऊंड करून द्या काय नाही लागत बोर्डला लावायचं बोर्ड जोडले बोर्ड लावायचं खुर्ची पर मारू मला आता लगेच झालं झालं सगळं झालं इथं झालं हे काय काम झालं हा then they will put this on.
जी का रह गया। आप लोग आगे आ जाते तो अच्छा था। आप भी मैडम आगे आ जाइए। The first one should get a privilege to sit in the front seats. Well, friends, I welcome you to this session on student evaluation. In the whole teaching learning process, when we implement the curriculum, student evaluation is a very important component of that. And if you ask me, the whole teaching learning process revolves around student evaluation. If there is no evaluation of students, probably they will not come to the classes and they will not even give that kind of seriousness to the studies also. And even as teachers, some of us will also not be that much motivated to, to teach in the classrooms if there is no evaluation going to be there. If you ask the objectives of your teaching learning process, your educational objectives, we may have different objectives, and the students may have a different objectives. The objectives of the students, if you ask 10 students, 9 out of 10 will say that since we have to appear for the exam, so we have to attend the classes, and teachers are going to teach whatever we're going to attempt in the classrooms. And many of the teachers also would say that since there is a syllabus prescribed, and students are going to be evaluated, and we are teaching them so that they can fare well in the evaluations. Such is the importance of student evaluation. But nevertheless, teaching learning process is a much more beyond student evaluation though. But my topic of the discussion is that student evaluation play a very important role in the whole teaching learning process. And I find when I discuss with the teachers that there is an element of confusion related to the basic terms related to student evaluation. And there is a confusion between what is subjective testing and what is objective testing. What is a good test? What are the conditions when we say that the tests are perfect or near the perfection? Whatever we want to evaluate, we are evaluating that. That reminds me of a very apt example here. We'll be talking in details about the various factors, I would say, which govern whether your student evaluation is okay or no. How can we say that? Let me give you a very small example here. Let us say if I ask somebody to measure the length of this room. I have used the word measure. Length of the room. And I give you a scale of 12 inches and you measure it. Okay? The physical quantity is measurement. Now, let us say if I ask, what's your name, ma'am? If I ask Shivali to measure it and she says that this room is 25 feet and 2 inches. All right? And sir, आपका नाम? I ask Samundar Singh with the same scale that you measure it, and he says it is 25 feet and 6 inches. Now, there is a problem. There can be a problem. How can I rely on the measurements of Shivali or Mr. Samundar Singh? I am in a confusion. And if I ask now to Shivali to measure it again, now she says that now it is 25 feet and 4 inches. And if we ask Samundar Singh to measure it again, he says that it is 25 feet and 3 inches. More confusion. Now, try to make this corollary applicable to student evaluation. You evaluate a student and tell me that this student is brilliant student. He has scored 94.3% in this subject. I gave the same answer sheet to B person, Samundar Singh ji. पहली बार शिवाली जी ने पेपर मार्क करे. He says that this boy is brilliant, but he is not 94.3. He is 87%. No, there is a problem. Same problem. Same problem. And if I ask Shivali ji to now evaluate the same paper, मैं पिछले वाले जो क्वेश्चन पे उन्होंने मार्किंग करी थी, if I just cover that and now you mark it again, she may also, the score may be different. Do you agree with me? It will happen like this. And if I ask the student to appear for the same subject some other time, maybe after 1 week, maybe after 2 weeks, he may score differently. So there is a confusion with the evaluation. We can say that this is one problem. Now you have understood this problem, very relevant to that problem which I told you earlier. Now bigger problem is that there are two more problems. If you understand these problems very well, I have the solutions for these problems. And as teachers, we all face these problems. Now another problem can be, I give a scale which is not calibrated properly. I tell Shivali, okay, you measure this room, but this scale is not of 12 inches exactly. Maybe 0.1 decimal less than 12 inches. Now, she's a perfect measurement. She's expert in measuring, but will her reading will be all right? Because the scale was not valid. The scale was not valid. And anybody on the earth, however good the evaluation, the measurement systems may be, if I give a wrong scale to somebody to measure, it is wrong. And how do we make sure the tests which we are offering the students to attempt on, they are accurate, they are good calibration of the competencies which we want to judge in the students? Are you always satisfied with that? Whatever you want to actually test in the students, are you testing that? Or your tools, your question paper is a tool, like its scale. That calibration, do you don't often find that the calibration of the tools or the question papers are wrong? I asked you to set up a question paper today or tomorrow or after tomorrow, or I ask A person or B person, there can be differences. Isn't it so? Do you agree with me? There is a problem now in the student evaluation. So, in the first condition, the tools were not reliable. In the second condition, in the first condition, tools were not executed nicely. Reliability नहीं थी उसके ऊपर, scores के ऊपर. In the second condition, the tool itself was not valid. And let us say another third problem. Third problem can be that if I give you a scale to measure and the room is very dark, it is well calibrated, you are good in measurements, your scoring में कोई problem नहीं है, but will you be able to see the scale? It is dark. Or maybe you have forgotten to wear your own spectacles, or you are sweating so hard that by the time you go to the other end, you are almost done. There can be practical problems also besides the scale and your measuring expertise. We say practical problem. So there are three conditions for having a good evaluation: is it should be reliable, it should be valid, and it should be practical. Understood this much? Now how to do that? This is the whole session is all about. We'll be talking in details. But before I go to that, there are few terminologies which we often use synonymous to each other, but there is a difference between them. Number one is measurement. Number two is assessment. Number third is evaluation. Is there a difference between these three terms? Measurement, assessment, and evaluation. If there are or they are same, if there is a difference, I would like to know from my participant in the studio or maybe in the centers, what is the difference? We'll be working on that. Yes? Assessment versus evaluation. Measurement can be of the physical things. Okay.
Assessment, evaluation can be of inherited quality.
Okay. So Mundar Singh ji has very pinpointedly told this difference also. Anybody else? Can we go to one of the centers, ma'am? Whatever center is you feel that is इसकी connectivity अच्छी है और उसकी sound भी अच्छी सब जो बाकी center पे सुन सकते हो. We can go to that center and ये कौन सा center है मैम? ये कौन सा है? Yes, at Jaipur. Have you understood the question? I think Mr. Sharma on that day.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Jai.
Yes, yes. I'm able to listen to you.
Okay, sir.
What is your name, sir?
Anil Sharma.
Anil Sharma ji, we had interaction on the other day also. I remember
Okay.
your face very well. Okay.
Yeah.
Have you understood the question?
Sir, pardon, please. Pardon, please.
Is there any difference between measurement, assessment, and evaluation?
Sir, there is definitely there is a difference between measurement, assessment, and evaluation.
So what is that?
Sir, in measurement, we are just measuring in some digits, in some grades out of it can be a mapping of anything like any student and any course. There can be measurement mapping in a digital manner.
All right. And what is assessment?
Yes, in assessment we are just checking the person and assessing the person. Maybe it is percentage basis ki how he is good, bad, and poor, excellent.
Okay, you mean to say that in assessment we make a judgment that
Yes.
who is good and who is bad?
Yes, sir, definitely. In assessment it is there.
All right. And what is evaluation then?
And in evaluation is like an exam based. It is.
Evaluation is grading.
And in evaluation, there is a grading.
There is a grading. Okay.
Evaluation, what can we say? Evaluation, like we are evaluating to improve something. Evaluation is the key to improvement.
Right. I think the idea was not to test Mr. Level of understanding about these terms. I wanted to two things. Number one is I wanted to keep you awake. Number two is that I wanted to see that there is a perceptual gap, so that I will try to cover all those things here. My dear friends, let us go to the first of all the basics of measurement. What measurement is? Measurement, as my friend Mundar Singh ji mentioned here, measurement refers to the process by which the attribute or dimension of some physical object is determined. You want to measure the length, volume, temperature, anything, some physical thing, it's measurement. You want to attribute how much it is, how long, or how big. We generally use some standard instrument to measure something. Some standard instrument is there. Just now in the example which we quoted in the morning, just now in the afternoon, we said that I gave you a scale of 12 inches calibrated. There is some standard instrument to determine how big, how tall, how heavy, how voluminous, how hot or cold, fast, or state sometimes actually is. There can be any physical dimension. So I have tried to cover some of them here. Standard instrument refers to physical devices such as rulers. Just now in the example we said a scale or is a ruler, or it can be scales, thermometer, pressure gauge, or anything. We measure to obtain information. What is the size of this? What is the volume of this? What is the temperature of this? What is it? When we talk about the measurement, it replies the question, what is? Okay. And in all these examples, we are not assessing anything. हमने कोई assessment नहीं करी. We are simply collecting information relative to some established rule or standard. Simply, जैसे my friend Sharma ji mentioned, it is just a digits, 78 degree. Whether it's cold or hot, we are not saying that. We are not making assessment on that. We say temperature is so. We say the room is 25 feet. We do not say it's a big room or a small. We are simply assigning it with some standard measurement. This is what it is. Is concept clear to everyone? All right. Now, what is assessment? Assessment is a process by which information is obtained relative to some known objectives or goal. आपके कुछ goals हैं. Now, in the case of measurement, there was no goals. Were there any goals? No. Now, if I say that let us make an assessment of the room, whether it is as per the drawing or no. Now we are making now that measurement is in the terms of assessment. Are you getting the point? Now you have I have given you a drawing. I want to make sure that whether the room is actually of the same size which is in the drawing. So you have an objective to now measure. You have an objective to measure. Let's say if I am going from here to Delhi, I am making an assessment on the way whether I am on the right track. So I at Ambala, I say I am at 40 kilometers. 40 kilometers is a distance. Now I make an assessment whether I am going at a good speed or a bad speed, I am in the right direction or not right direction. I am making an assessment on that. So my objective was to reach Ambala. Whether I have fulfilled my objective to reach Ambala or no. All right. And assessment in a broad term that includes testing also. And to make that we do certain tests. And as he mentioned, some non-physical quantities. Objectives are in terms of non-physical quantities. For example, we want to see the knowledge of a student. Now, knowledge is something which is not physical. His ability to think, how much he is able to think, how much he is able to perform is also a non-physical thing. And we try to then, make a measurement, make a test to correlate that objective with those certain digits. We say that 70-degree temperature is a hot or cold depending on the feelings of the people in that room. That how many people say that 70 is a hot, how many people say that 70 is a cold temperature, then we make an assessment on that. Clear to everyone? Okay. A test or assessment yields information relative to an objective or a goal. जो आपका goal है. Variety of ways, but there is always an inference. Now, in measurement, there is no inference. Assessment में क्या element add हो गया? An element of inference that we make about what a person does in relation to what it signifies, what he knows. Now, when we are testing the students, we have a standard that this is a standard with us that we say that above 70% is a honors, above 80% is a distinction, and above this thing is so and so. So now we are trying to make those figures representative of the objectives. We want to grade the students now. Some standards, some standard measurements. What happens, my dear friends, is that many of us most of the teachers do not have the tools, standard tools with them to measure the intellectual levels of the students. In the absence of that, whatever questions we frame in my wisdom, मैंने अपने हिसाब से एक रूल बना लिया, एक ruler बना लिया. Somebody else set the same for the same subject question paper. He has his own ruler. So your results are not consistent anyways because the rulers are different. For measuring a standard room, we require a standard ruler, isn't it so? So for that to happen, there is a term called table of specifications. Table of, how many of us have heard the term table of specifications in relation to student evaluation? No? I would like to go to any center like to volunteer, then maybe not Jaipur ma'am this time, somebody else. You know? We like to see, do you yes, at Bid, Maharashtra, I am able to see you. My question is, has anybody among you heard the term table of specification in relation to student evaluation?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Yes, we have seen specification table and we use it for designing a question paper here for state technical board.
All right. I am so very happy. I'm so very happy, and I was expecting this thing to happen from Pune because I remember the person who taught me how to prepare a specification, Mr. P.D. Kulkarni. He has given a lot of input to the State Board of Technical Education in Maharashtra also. I am so very happy, sir.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Thank you. So, am I right? He has given you that kind of inputs in the board?
Yes, it is a regular practice here in Maharashtra. Everybody who designs question paper, he has to follow the specification table provided to him.
So you have a ruler. Anybody use that ruler only to make a question paper and to set this thing. All right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. We will try to see if we find time. I will try to give you that ruler, that kind of table of specific. Yes, it is related to Bloom's taxonomy. Question paper. You are following. But I will tell you. Table of specifications is very closely related to Bloom's taxonomy. You cannot actually that in the case of a length we are measuring distance. In the case of the student's cognitive ability, we are measuring the knowledge. That knowledge has to be calibrated on the Bloom is one person, Benjamin Bloom, who gave us the taxonomy. Very quickly we will like to go over that also. All right, let me go a little further on this. Evaluation, my dear friends. Evaluation is perhaps the most complex and least understood term. Inherent in the idea of evaluation is value. Evaluation means, evaluation में E निकाल दें तो क्या आ जाता है word? How much value you attach to a thing is your evaluation. When we evaluate, what we are doing is engaging in some process that is designed to provide information that will help us make a judgment. When we give value, let us say हम कहते हैं कि इस चीज की कितनी value है. Now इस जो marks आ गए, इसकी क्या value है? What does it? How much value you attach to those many marks, those many scores, or whatever the student student performance. Usko when we start attaching the value to that becomes your evaluation. Okay, let us go a little further. Then you will be this concept will be more clear to you. When we evaluate, we are saying that the process will yield information regarding the worthiness. When we value a thing, we say how much that is worth. That is, हम पेन लेने जाते हैं, इस पेन की worth क्या है? Is it worth ₹10 or is it worth ₹20 or something like that? No. This is how we attach worth to a thing. Appropriateness, is it appropriate to the price and my usage? In the market, when we value a thing, we say the appropriate means I want to have a pen which is appropriate to me, मेरे लिए इसकी क्या वैल्यू है and इसकी कॉस्ट की क्या वैल्यू है, no, and the goodness, validity, legality, etc., and of some of which are reliable measurement or assessment has been made. So evaluation is the final thing. After your assessment, your tag, the process of making an measurement leads to assessment, and assessment करने के बाद finally we put a tag to a thing. Okay, now he is a grader, he is a B grader, he is a C grader, he is first class first, he is 10th in the university, he is so and so position holder. So now we are attaching the tags. Do you agree with me on this? Clear up to now? Okay. Now let me give you the same example here. Things make clear. If students want to determine the temperature of a classroom, they will need a good thermometer and take several readings at different spots. कि यहाँ के temperature कहाँ है, वहाँ का temperature कहाँ है. Then they will try to average and find out what the temperature of the room is. All right. This is a simple measurement. You have taken, let us say, readings at different spots in the room of a temperature of the thermometer, and then take an average. Then we say that this room temperature is so and so. Now the average temperature tells us nothing but whether or not it is appropriate for learning or not. Temperature का अपने आप में कोई significance नहीं है. It is not telling us whether this temperature is appropriate for a classroom. Is it comfortable or uncomfortable for the students to sit in the classroom? Okay. In order to do that, students will have to poll on some reliable, valid way. You will have to take a poll. How many students feel that this temperature is all right? How many students feel that it is cold? How many students feel it is hot? Then we have to, we are now trying to validate that measurement, whether it is suitable to the classroom situation or not. That polling process is what evaluation is all about. When we are trying to assign the worthiness of that, then we say this temperature is good, this temperature, and then we fix up a range. Let us say temperature ranging between 18 degree to 25 degree or 30 to 27 degrees is comfortable, and below this most people say that it is cold. Above this many people say it is hot, something like that. All right. A classroom average temperature 75 degree Fahrenheit is simply an information. It is the context of the temperature for a particular purpose that provides the criteria for evaluation. In what context you are asking? In context with the comfort zone of the students, or in context with the instruments to be placed in the classroom? Let us say if the same classroom may be comfortable for you, but if I have to, now my context is that I have to place now certain equipment which require lower temperature. Maybe now hot. All right, are you getting the point now? Okay. Now let us sum up what we have covered up to now. We measure distance, we assess learning in non-physical quantity, and we evaluate results in terms of a set criteria. We have to fix up a criteria between so and so score A, between so and so score B. Tags हमने define कर दिए, and to reach to that tags we make a assessment. I'll give you this handouts, you don't have to worry about it, okay? I'll send the handouts to all the participants and various centers also. Much more details what we have mentioned in the slides here. Teachers in particular are constantly evaluating students, and such evaluations are usually done in context with the comparisons between what it is intended. Learning process, behavior, whatever has been obtained. Now you have certain targets before that at the beginning itself you define that at the end of my course the student should be able to do A, B, C, D. Now you are trying to evaluate whether they are able to do A, B, C, D after the class is over. Simple as that. Now, I have tried to draw a table which is differentiating. Yes, you may please. Which is differentiating between a assessment and evaluation. Assessment is normally ongoing. The process. Evaluation is at the end. We have reached there. Now we put a tag on this. Assessment is a process through which we put a tag. We put a assign a value to that. Final gauge is the process oriented. वो क्या है? Product oriented. हमारा जो product है उसको हमने tag लगाया. जिस process से वो निकला उसको हमने tagging नहीं करी. That process is called assessment. How learning is going on. How the learning is going on. You are making assessment. What you are doing in the classroom every day when you ask questions from the student is you are trying to make an assessment. You're taking or giving them tutorials, or maybe giving them some assignments, or maybe quiz, or maybe midterm exams and all that. Ultimately, your criteria is that at the end of my semester or term, the student should be able to fulfill all the learning outcomes which I have fixed. That is your criteria which you have fixed. Okay. It is a reflective, internally defined criteria, and in the evaluation it is a perspective, that is externally imposed standards. Then diagnostic, you try to identify in assessment where the problems are, and you still have time to cover those problems, to solve those problems for the students. Whereas in the evaluation we make a judgment, arrive at the overall grade of the school. Now whatever has been done has been done, unless and until the student is thinking to reappear for that exam or improve. Since many universities and boards there is a scope for improvement of your scores also, so you can improve there. Otherwise it is the judgment. Then it is the flexible, adjust as the problems are clarified. Evaluation is a fix to reward success. You say success, fail, pass, this, but it is adjustable in the case of assessment. Assessment is absolute, strive for ideal outcomes, and evaluation is comparative, divide better from worst. We say so and so student is brilliant, so and so student is distinction, he is second class, first class, third class, or he is a failure, this that. F grade से लेकर A grade तक. Then it is a cooperative, learn from each other. It is a very, very important difference. In the assessment, it is a cooperative approach of measuring the students' performance. The students learn from each other still. The competition, everybody wants to beat each other. All right. So this is basically some of the differences. You can just go through it. Now, the general definition of evaluation: obtaining information and using it to form judgment to be so that you can take the decisions. So you can take a decision that how much marks I am giving, how much things like that. And also, my dear friends, in the case of evaluation, the role of the board or the university is to study the trends, how the trends have been. The bigger purpose of evaluation is not only to grade, not only to make the students ke A grade hai, B grade hai, C grade hai, but also if there is consistently some low performing subjects, some students are not able to perform, and you have now you have to make a judgment. The problem is with the curriculum. The problem may be with the instructional material. The problem may be with the teacher. The problem may be with the paper setter. The problem may be with the paper evaluator. So you want to diagnose all those things. So what are the tools available to you? Student evaluation grades is one of the tools available to you. If everybody is scoring A grade, is it a good tool? If everybody is failing, there is some problems. So you are making judgments on that. No, some problems are there. And if the same subject is taught by A teacher or B teacher, their results may vary. So this you can make interpretations from the judgments, from the scores. Now you are not grading the student, but you are evaluating the grades of the student related to so many other factors. Are you getting the point now? The purpose of evaluation is much more beyond than only attaching a tag to the student's performance. Okay, so your decisions will be changing, so that you may feel that oh, so and so teacher is not able to perform very good in the classroom, that is why his students are failing. So you take a decision that this teacher needs a orientation, maybe his way of teaching, or maybe his content matter, maybe his way of delivery, or the students coming to him are not of a very good quality. You will take decisions on many things. Or the students living in a particular city doesn't have access to the instructional material required. So decisions. So let us try to now define the test. An instrument or systematic procedure for measuring a sample of behavior. A sample of behavior. Let us say your learning outcomes may be so many. Can you measure everything in 3 hours? 2 hours? No. You are only measuring sample of his knowledge. Like when we cook the rice in a cooker, we try to test only few of them, pick few of them, and try to see whether they are cooked up to the desirable level. We do not go and pick up everything in that. So sample has to be good. Sample has to be good, and then it should be representative of the total rice. Similarly, the sample which you are offering as a test should be good enough, which should be representative of the total learning outcomes of the students. Do you agree with me on this? If your sample is not good enough, then half the rice are unbaked, half the rice are uncooked ones. Okay, like that. Answer when we talk about the test, it answers the question how well the students are doing. After the test, the students say he has done well or he has not done well. Does the individual perform either with respect to others or with comparison to domain of performance task? Now there are two criteria here. He has done well as compared to other student. He has done well as compared to standard criteria which you have laid down. We are not now concerned about the other students, but मैंने कहा कि मैं well उसको कहूँगा जिसने 70% 80% knowledge जो है वो obtain कर ली, which I intended to give through this course. Whether the other student have gained or no, immaterial. So there are now two types of criteria. Number one is comparison with the others, and the number two is performance task comparable to the learning outcomes which you have set up, the criteria which you have set up, the mastery of the student in that skill, in that knowledge. So remember, I have underlined the word how well. Test answer the question how well. Now measurement, the process of obtaining numerical description of a degree to which an individual possesses a particular characteristics. Answer the question how much. How much he is able to answer. The measurement. How much he knows. How much he is able to perform. In the test it was how well. Here the question is how much. Then in the evaluation, we try to assign value to it to find out how good he is now. Okay? Is it a good enough or it is not good enough? The systematic process of collecting, analyzing and interpreting information to determine the extent to which students are achieving instructional objectives. Answer the question how good the student is. This is the evaluation. So now you have the difference between test, evaluation, measurement, how much, test is how well, evaluation is how good it is. Okay. Now, definition of student evaluation. After having this background, I will now give you this definition of student evaluation. A systematic process of determining the extent to which instructional objectives or learning outcomes are achieved by a student. Systematically, we try to measure it, we try to make an assessment on this, and then we make a evaluation to find out. Ultimate purpose is that whatever learning outcomes you have set forth, how much, how well, and how many of them they are able to achieve. Let us say there were 10, they are able to achieve only, let us say, 4 out of them. How many? 4. Let us know how good. Within that 4 also, how good they are. The quality part. All right. That is very important again. Now, my dear friends, let me just share with you some slides. Some of the universities and board may not be having this system, but many universities and board have this system of evaluation, and there are problems. Annual or semester, mostly now we are having terms related to semesters. Semester pattern we are having most of the university and boards, but some boards, I know universities, they are still having annual. So we use the word term. What's a term examination system? Normally in theory, present scenario is duration is 2 to 3 hours, 2.5 hours, 3 hours test. Depend. Some tests can be for longer duration. I know certain civil engineering tests are of 4 hours duration also. They require a lot of analysis to be done. Then the choices are normally external. 10 questions are set up or 8 questions are set up. You say that attempt any 5, but some universities are not now getting out of this. But this is generally what it is. The types of the questions are essay type. Generally. The sessional is continuous assessment. Weightage of the assessment is 25 to 50%. In many universities and boards, it is 100%. And in many colleges, in many good colleges, I would say, it is more than 100% even. They give more weightage to what the student is doing, the process throughout the semester than the end-term exam. End-term exam in many universities in India, many universities abroad have dispensed away. They said, okay, we are measuring him every day, we are evaluating him every day, and this is what the final is. Okay, but this is what the problem, generally the scenario is. In the practicals, duration is from 3 to 6 hours. Sessional weightage normally in the practicals is higher in many boards and universities, 50%. The project assigned by the board or the university requirements, external plus sessional should be minimum 50%. In many boards and university, individually, internal also they want that they should be 50% and external also 50%. Depending on the university or board rules, there may be some variations in this. This is present scenario going on. Then the successful completion is between 3 to 4 hours. 3 years for diploma and 4 years for degree. But with the carry-on system, the 3-year diploma may be carried over to 4 to 5 years, and the carried over system in degree programs can be 4 to 6 years. But there are universities which allow the student beyond 6 years also. So those are another problems. I mean, when we open the Pandora box here about the evaluation systems, you will find there are so many problems. And we can debate on each problem for 2 hours. But I am just carrying on and presenting before you what is happening in the university. They have their own replications on the system of teaching learning. Then failure rate is normally high in the first. In whatever university you go, whatever boards you go, we find that generally the students score less in the first. This is the common thing presently going on. Something needs to be done. We have got this statistics from many universities and boards. Okay. The major drawbacks in student evaluation now. There are so many drawbacks. Kindly think about it. I am not giving you ready-made solutions, but I have told you the 3 conditions of reliability, validity, and practicality. Your tools have to be reliable, have to be valid, have to be conducted in a environment which is practical. आपने ऐसा पेपर सेट कर दिया जो कि 4 घंटे में खत्म ही नहीं हो सकता. Is it practical? आपने ऐसे क्वेश्चन पूछे which is beyond the learning outcomes, out of syllabus. आपने ऐसे क्वेश्चन पूछे बहुत ही इजी हैं, everybody is 100%. So practically, though those practical problems can be there, you know, then so many other factors are also there. But let me put forth, share with you, some of the problems may be prevailing in your polytechnic or your engineering college also, your university also. Some of the problems may not be, but I would request each one of you to kindly debate on that within your department. Let us say if you are having 5 faculty members in a department, or let us say then once in a 6 months, one in a 4 months, you try to debate on these problems, how this is a problem existing, and then go to your board, go to your university and say that we have debated, we have done a brainstorming on this, and we find that this is the solution, this can be the solution. This is how we can strengthen our boards and universities which are evaluating our students, which are awarding degree or diplomas to our students. Rulers provided to them are not accurate. So let us try to do the brainstorming on these issues. Okay, I'm just sharing with you those issues. Number one is, this is a very major issue. Teaching subordinate to examination. बच्चे क्या कहते हैं, कल टेस्ट है, आज क्लास छोड़ दो. It means they say that tomorrow is a test. A day before they say कि kindly drop the class. So you are now giving priority to examination over teaching. So teaching is subordinate to. Now this is the extreme case. This is the extreme case. But then you can think of so many problems where we feel teaching should be not a subordination to examination. Examinations are subordinate to teaching in principle. But what is happening actually is this. Reverse हो रहा है. This is the problem. Think about it. What we can do. एक हमने हवा बना रखा है एग्जामिनेशन का कि ऐसा होगा ऐसा होगा. सारे स्टूडेंट्स को बुखार चढ़ जाता है. I have seen student examination fevers. पेट अपसेट हो गया. फिजिकली उनका पेट अपसेट हो जाता है बच्चों का. बच्चों को फीवर हो जाता है एग्जामिनेशन. So it is such a big हवा हमने बना रखी. That is why teaching has become subordinate to examinations, my dear friends. The focus is not developing those skills, those knowledge. The focus is on how you are scoring in the exam. If your focus is on developing those knowledge and skills, then examination is not, becomes meaningless. It becomes a subordinate thing, just a testing of that. Examination dictate curriculum decisions. Very often than not, you know, when I am conducting a curriculum workshop, a teacher will tell me, sir, this portion may be deleted. I ask him why. He said कि बच्चों को आता नहीं है. They fail in this. ये portion को आप डाल दीजिए, कुछ बच्चे पास हो जाएंगे. Some student will pass. Let us put some easy content in the curriculum. So our curriculum is being decided how the students are going to score in the exam, not what the industry requires from the student, what they have to do when they are pass out from the diploma or a degree. In the curriculum, the decisions are made based on evaluation. Do you agree on this? Many a times. We have a lot of pressure. When we do the curriculum workshops, we get a lot of pressure. Very recently, somebody said, okay, हमारे बच्चे बड़े पुअर ग्रेड के आते हैं तो ये कुछ मत डालो. अरे हमने उनको पास कराने के लिए थोड़ा डिप्लोमा देना है या डिग्री देनी है. हमने डिग्री डिप्लोमा देना है so that they can be usefully and gainfully employed in the industry. So our criteria should be the requirements of the community, industry and the society. Not, of course, then the levels may be different. Somewhere some problems are there. So this is another problem. Then it prevents experimentation. We are having such a rigid, especially centralized universities, centralized boards mein systems are so rigid that you have no chance of any kind of innovations in your teaching learning process. You feel that मैंने ऐसा कर दिया बच्चे fail नहीं हो जाएं, ऐसे कर दिया बच्चे ऐसे नहीं हो जाएं. But you know what is happening in the good institutions like IITs or NITs, because they are independent, they are having no phobia on experimentation. Teachers do a lot of experimentation in the classrooms, especially this problem of preventing experimentation in the classroom. How to teach, what not to teach, उसका कैसे कैसे ट्रेंड रहा बच्चों का, उसकी सोसाइटी में या इंडस्ट्री में कैसी एक्सेप्टेबिलिटी रही, how many students are able to score above a particular level or not level. So a lot of experimentation can be undertaken, but then keeping in view the large amount of institutions which have come up in the polytechnics and the engineering colleges, this has become a hurdle. Your teachers feel, even if the teacher is, let us say, doing very good, he's doing a lot of experiments, but if his score is not picking up, he's considered to be a bad teacher. We will come down to that problem also. It hampers proper treatment of subjects and sound methods of teaching. We are focused mostly on the examination, not on the contents. Then low reliability and validity. We all agree on this. Our tests are not very reliable. Now you understand the terminology of reliability and validity. If it were reliable, then whosoever checks the answer sheet should be able to give the same marks. Whosoever set the question paper should be of the same standard. If a student is appearing today or after 15 days, he should be scoring very close to that. So it is a low reliability. Then validity, by studying only 60% of syllabus, the student can score 90%. Do you agree on this? A smart student studying only 60% of the contents, according to the system which I have made, if you do not have the table of specification. But if you have the table of specification, then many of these problems will be addressed too. But then we will come down to the table of specification also. But then the fact remains, as of date, students with studying very less contents may get very good scores. And a student who study almost all the contents may score very less. He is not so focused from the examination point of view. Are you getting the issue? There are students who are exam smart, and there are students who are not exam smarts. So but then what we are trying to do in teaching learning process is developing certain competencies in them, not examination smart student we want to pass out from our diploma or degree programs. All right. Now, most of the tests are very highly subjective in nature. Now, I would like to pause for a minute here. I have used the word here, highly subjective in testing and scoring, stress on essay or short answer type questions. Now, before I go further, what is subjective testing and what is objective testing? Anyone from the studio first? Then we can go to one of the centers and ask this question. What is subjective testing and what is objective?
The objective testing is with regards to certain traits. Subjectivity in detail. Larger, how good skills are there. Subjective means a descriptive type and then to generalize overview of the subject matter. And in the objective, we are focusing on we are testing by focusing on a particular like a multiple choice question.
Okay, can we go to some center? It requires more clarity. You're very close to, but then it requires more clarity. We often talk about this is subjective test, objective test. After undergoing this session, if you are not able to have a very crystal clear understanding what I will be failing in my teaching here. Okay, can we go to some center here? Hanji? At Sardulgarh. At Sardulgarh, Bharat Group of Institutions, anybody? What is the subjective testing and what is the objective testing?
No, sir, thanks.
No. I am asking a question. I am asking a question. What is the difference between objective testing and subjective testing?
Hello,
What
sir.
Yes.
This is Suresh Kaswan from Bharat, sir.
Yes, sir.
The objective test is highly knowledge-based test, depth knowledge, and the proper conceptual test. And
Okay.
the objective test is about all the theories and all the practices included.
Okay. Can we go to some
That's
other?
right, I think, sir.
No, no, no. It is not a right answer, sir. I'm sorry. Can we go to some other center and find out?
Thank you, no problem, sir.
ये कौन सा है? कहाँ के? Noida? जी. Okay. At Noida, please.
Objective questions include actually MCQs and one-word answers. And these subjective are long answer, 85 answers. That will be 50.
All right. All right, ma'am. Thank you so much for your inputs. Let me save some time to clarify this concept of subjective testing and objective testing. When we say subjectivity in testing, subject to whom? Subject to the person who is evaluating the paper. आपने answer sheet लिखी. You are giving some scores. He is giving some scores. It means it is subject to the person who is evaluating your answer sheet. Your scores are dependent on not what you have given in the answer sheet, but on the, it is subject to large extent to the person evaluating. In objective testing, it is not subject to the evaluator. If you are evaluating or you are evaluating, the score will be same. It is not subjective to the person who is evaluating. It is objective to how the students have performed. Is the concept clear to everyone? Even if no person is evaluating, a machine is evaluating. You know, in your OMR sheets, in the objective testing, a machine is evaluating. It is so objective to the performance of the student that a machine will also give the same answer. Machine will also say so much score. Are you agreeing with me on this? Now the concept is clear to every one of you?
Agree, sir. Clear. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So the presently when we are setting up a question paper, largely our question papers are subjective in nature. So it will have very low reliability because it is subject to not what the students are performing, but subject to who is checking the question paper. But isn't it a wrong thing to happen? We should be scoring the student based on what he is performing, not on the basis of who is checking the paper. The purpose of evaluation is to know the competence of a student, his brain, his performance levels. But what we are doing in subjective testing is depending on the person who is checking the question paper. So this is another problem. Think about it. How you can bring about objectivity in the subjective testing. We cannot do away with the subjective testing. All right, but we can bring about objectivity in the subjective testing so that the scores of a student is a real representation of his competence, whether A teacher is marking the paper or B teacher is marking the paper or C teacher is marking the paper. So we can bring about that objectivity. We will talk about that. But this is the problem. Is it concept clear to everyone now? All right. Now, another problem is in the present system is insufficient time for moderation. Last moment पे रजिस्ट्रार साहब का फोन आता है कि मिस्टर सिंगला कल क्वेश्चन पेपर है, कल पेपर जाना चाहिए प्रेस के अंदर, आज पेपर सेट कर दो. No, it is not a good idea. I mean, you should have a sufficient time to moderate your question paper which you are setting. Let it pass through. If, let us say, especially in the centralized paper setting conditions, let not only one person set a question paper. Let us say if there are 100 teachers teaching the subject in different colleges, if a group of students should decide whether the question paper is a representation of what is being taught in the classroom or not. And for that to happen, there is a system of moderations. But because of the practical problems or practical, I would not say problem, you require a very strong will to be, आपकी बड़ी जो आपकी इच्छा है वो बहुत strong होनी चाहिए. I want to set a good question paper. कहीं ना कहीं पे हम लोग अपनी इच्छा को we will lose heart and we do away with that moderation system. Many universities used to have moderation system, but with passage of time ये आ गया वो आ गया. आज रात को ही पेपर छाप दो, कल सुबह को ही पेपर छाप दो. जिस आदमी ने पेपर बनाया उसके पास भी टाइम नहीं है to moderate his or her own paper. What to say of getting it moderated from some other teachers? He himself doesn't have a look. Oh, उसमें बहुत सारे error आ जाते हैं. Then you come in the classroom and say, oh, यहाँ पे ये गलती है, यहाँ पे ये गलती है. Your moderation, my dear friends. The student, imagine there is some small error in the question paper, and this is the first question the student is answering, and he spends 2 hours on that. Your question is wrong, and after 2 hours you make an announcement. This question is wrong. What is this? It happens. And many times this goes unnoticed. But imagine the plight of a student who has spent 1 full semester on that. And because of the lack of moderation, that student is failing. And it happens with all of us also. Then external and open choice. I said 5 out of 10. If you have that external and open choice, by studying 50%, 60% of the contents, you can score 90 to 100%. Not a fair representation of the learning outcomes being tested in the classroom. Now, non-conduct of practicals. We give 50% weightage or more to the practicals. I myself have seen in many boards, many polytechnics, many universities, many engineering colleges, practical conduct ही नहीं होता. When you go and say, okay, 10 experiments in this subject, teacher will say कि we have set up only for the 6 of them. So what about the rest 4? 6 of them may say within the time frame of, let us say, 4 to 6 hours, they cannot be performed. Or the external is too busy a person that he cannot see the performance of each student on the experiment or on the job, in the workshop which he is to perform. Again, we do not conduct the practicals. Am I something theoretical, or is it not happening in every college? Very, very few college. We are conducting only a sample of that. Is a very poor representation. Out of 10 experiment, out of 15 experiment, एक experiment करना है, वो भी नहीं कर रहे हैं. Pass. The students take practical work, which is a backbone of any technical education, very easy because they say that practical exam to pass. Let us give all the emphasis on theory. उसको पास करने के लिए तो हमें पढ़ना पड़ेगा. प्रैक्टिकल में तो पास हो ही जाएंगे, नंबर आए नहीं आए देखेंगे वाइवा होगा क्या होगा क्या नहीं होगा. So this is what the problem is, my dear friends. Now another problem is capabilities of the students are not fully tested. We are testing them only on the basis of very limited abilities. My friend Dr. A.B. Gupta just now, before this session, has talked to you employable skills. Are we testing the student on those employable skills? Industry is looking for that tests. Fully test नहीं होती बच्चे की capability क्या है. If he fails by chance on particular day on a particular question, we feel that he is not knowing the subject, but it may or may not be true. Then inappropriate selection of examiners and low remuneration. All will agree on this. You are given 300 rupees and set a question paper. You don't want to spend more than half an hour, 20 minutes. And then sometimes the person who has not taught a subject for a good number of years, he is asked to set up a question paper. So much so I have seen sometimes a question paper of civil engineering is being set by a mechanical engineer professor. In many boards and universities is also happening. They say that we are given you curriculum, we have given you 3 sample papers. क्या मुश्किल है प्रोफेसर साहब, एक टेक्स्ट बुक निकालिए, If you ask me to set a question paper of any subject, it's a difficult thing for me to set up a question paper for any one of you. But will it be appropriate or no is a question. Within the subject also. In civil engineering, for example, I have not taught structures for last 15 years now. So much has happened. Curriculum में change आ गए, instruction material में change आ गए, industry में change आ गए. I am now asked to set up a question paper in structures. मैंने 15 साल से नहीं पढ़ाया वो. What kind of question paper I will set? मैं अपने वाली किताब वजरानी रतवानी की जो मैंने पढ़ी थी 15 साल पहले या 30 साल पहले, उसको खोल के पेपर सेट करूंगा. That's what I know. That's what I am expecting from my students to know. Is it appropriate? I mean, we have to be very clear who is setting up a question paper. Are they really trained in setting up a question paper or no? And there has to be a lot of training on the part of the teachers to set up a question paper also and to evaluate a question paper also. And their remuneration also have to be appropriately given. Otherwise, there can be problems in execution also. आपके पास आपकी ड्यूटी लगा दी, 80 रुपए देते हैं आपको, ड्यूटी लगा दी आपकी इन्विजिलेटर की, उसे 80 रुपए के लिए कौन इतनी पढ़ाई करे? Delay in declaration of results is another problem. In many university boards is another problem, but many universities have now overcome this problem. In I can give you example. For example, in I give you good examples. In BITS planning, IITs, most of the IITs, third day, today is the exam. Third day, the teacher have to show the students what they have done in the exam. During the exams itself, in the evening, they will call the student at maybe after dinner, maybe after 8 o'clock, that here is your paper, you can see. And they are also authorized to see question paper, answer sheet of any other student. If a student has scored higher than me, I have a doubt that he was not doing very good in the class, I can compare my answer sheet with him also. So the transparency is there. When you are delaying, the transparency element goes. And many students are not able to plan, are not able to do so many other things also. Then encourage cramming, memorizing, and rote learning. Our question, the quality of the test items in a test are mostly memory-based testing. Now here comes the importance of, again, Bloom's taxonomy. Bloom's taxonomy, we start with the knowledge, comprehension, application, analysis, synthesis, and evaluation. Isn't so? But if you analyze any question paper, you will find large portion of the question paper is memory-based. We are not testing the higher abilities of the student, which are the learning outcomes of that subject. For that to happen, you have to prepare a table of specification. आपका जो measurement tool है, जो ruler है, वही गलत हो गया ना अभी. It is not measuring what it is supposed to measure. It is measuring only first level, at most second level, at most third level. But our engineering, especially the graduates, the BTechs and the postgraduate, they have to go beyond third level. Analysis, synthesis, and evaluation. But our question papers are cramming, memorization, rote learning. Then the other one is non-seriousness in conducting examination at all levels, starting right from setting up a question paper. When the students are appearing for exams, during classroom situations during that time, theory and practicals. And मैं स्वयं से, I myself have gone to conduct a practical exam. There was no experimental setup before I went there. Experiment मैं कराऊंगा कब? The experiment should be ready. If there are 10 experiments should be readily set up, should be there, so that I can tell randomly any student to perform any experiment. But it is not happening. Does it happen? Non-seriousness. Evaluation के समय, paper marking के समय, result declaration के समय, at every level there is a leniency. Then feedback is not properly recorded and utilized. Ask the university or boards, ask the teachers के उस student का कैसे कैसे था performance, कैसे कैसे नहीं था. Students are not given inputs on that. non-existence of question banks. Now this is another problem. In order to improve the quality of the student evaluation, there has to be a good question bank. You may not set your question papers from question bank exactly, but based on the contents, based on the learning outcomes, there should be a good question bank available to the student and to the teachers and to the paper setters. In the absence of that, many of the teachers are not able to verbalize the language of the questions to be asked from the student, that ultimately asking are memory based. उनकी intention नहीं है, but because lack of their understanding about the language, they end up in asking the memory based questions only. So you have to have a standardized question banks, especially in theory papers, wherein a fair representation of each and every topic to the appropriate level of learning outcome should be there, so that it is helpful for the person to set up a question paper. All right. And then there was, I was once brainstorming on this issue of having a question bank. Some people opposed to it. They said if there is a question bank, student will focus only on, then there will be a guide in the market which will giving a solution to all those question bank, and student will not read the textbooks or reference books. They will read that guide and score high. So there can be another issue on this. So there can be a debate on this. But my counter argument on that issue was that if you have, let us say, question bank, a very large question bank, let us say you have a question bank of 200 questions at all levels, and if the student have even memorized that, it is impossible to memorize 200 answers of all the levels, right from knowledge to synthesis and evaluation. It's very impossible for any intellectual level. Very difficult for anybody to memorize all the things. And if a student has memorized, let us give him gold medal in the university. He has memorized, he knows everything about that subject anyways. For this reason only give him gold medal, that he is having such a vast knowledge that he knows each and everything about each and every topic which is expected. Or your question bank is wrongly represented. Are you with me on this? So, when we debate on these issues, when you will be debating on these issues in your respective department, in your respective institutions, you will find, solutions, you will find certain things to be resolved. And I'm not giving you ready-made answers to anything. But then these are the issues which can be thought about, which require our discussions, brainstorming. Then the teacher's assessment linked to student performance. Yes. This teacher is not very good because his students are failing. This teacher is very good because his teacher is passing. I have seen very often than not a teacher who is not engaging the class, his students are passing. A teacher who is putting a lot of input in the class, his students are not passing. This is another issue. Because the students of a very good teacher sometimes take it for granted that ये तो हमें आता ही है. इस सब्जेक्ट को पढ़ने की जरूरत. They spend less time on that subject in their hostels or in their homes. The reason for failure is not that he was a bad teacher. A teacher who is not teaching in the classroom, the students take the onus on themselves to study that subject. So वो क्लास में भी नोट्स लेके हॉस्टल में क्लास घर में बैठ के वही सिर्फ पढ़ते रहते हैं, या टीचर ने कुछ कराया नहीं, हमें पढ़ना पड़ेगा. So they pass. So teachers' assessment should not be linked with the. We have to go a little deeper in finding out that why they are failing, why they are passing, and what is happening in the classroom and all. Having a classroom, making an assessment of teaching strategies, teaching methods, teaching styles of a teacher is a different issue than performance of a student in a semester. For example, I get a student who are really very low performing. All right, and some teacher is getting students who are very high performing students. Like in IITs, they already have the students who are highly having good cognitive domains में उनकी intellectual capabilities बहुत ज़्यादा होती हैं. टीचर को वहाँ पढ़ाने की जरूरत ही नहीं होती. The conventionally, I must say, and compliment to each teacher sitting in the various centers also, and my studio friends here, I must tell you, you are giving a lot of inputs as compared to those students, because those students are self-motivated. They are intellectually very high. You are raising from this level to this level. वो उनका level पहले यही होता है, वो थोड़ा सा इधर कर देते हैं. But then there is a challenge for them also to raise from this level to little this level. As I say that up to 35 degree temperature, 34 degree temperature is all right, but after 35 degree, 1 degree more is more heat. 36, 37 में बहुत difference है. 24 से 28 तक में ज़्यादा difference temperature का आपको महसूस नहीं होता. You know, when you are, let us say, running a race at a certain speed is all right, but to improve your speed beyond a level, even for a second, even for a few seconds, requires double the effort, triple times the efforts. So the same thing applies in our students' competencies also. But then the fact remains that we should not, to my mind, you may get debate on this, teacher's assessment is not linked with the student performance. But it is linked. This is a problem. Then another problem is non-uniform criteria. I am coming over and over again to the table of specifications. Variation in components of assessment. You don't have a standard tools based on which you are taking it. I am happy that my friends in Maharashtra and Pune, they have the standard tools. But each one of us can do, we will try to do that. Then guidelines are not strictly for everything. चाहे वो paper setting की बात है, paper execution की बात है, paper evaluation की बात है, results declaration की बात है. At every level, the guidelines are, many of us have not even read the guidelines. What the university guidelines says, what the board guidelines says. आते ही हैं, समझ, common sense से हम बात करते हैं. But there are so many deviations from the guidelines, which creates the problem. Then mostly human factor governs the sessionals. Mostly, when it comes to sessionals, human factor. But there should be a good, transparent criteria how you are going to award the students during their sessionals, during their tutorials, on the attendance, on this, that, whatever the things are. Quiz, whatever. Undue pressures, unfairness is quite. That is why many boards have now decreased the percentage of marks, weightage of percentage of marks on the assessment, because the teacher themselves feel that we are being pressurized. So I say, okay, मैं से आप withdraw ही कर लो ये marks, put it in the external. But then that spoils the whole system. We are now product, हम product की assessment कर रहे हैं, evaluation कर रहे हैं, process की assessment नहीं कर रहे. The limited number of techniques used. हमारे पास techniques कौन सी होती हैं? Final में exam लिख लिया, use करवा लिया, और maybe assignments दे दी. But there are more than 30-40 types of techniques by which you can evaluate the student. When you want to evaluate the total competency of the students, we are not utilizing them. Then there is a lot of subjectivity, we told about that. Then inadequate reporting and non-transparency. बहुत सारी चीजें report नहीं होती, there is no transparency. Then lack of remedial measures. Okay, so many students are failing. For last 15 years, failure rate is very high in the subject of physics. So what is the remedial actions? The purpose of evaluation is to provide remedial actions. Teacher में problem है, curriculum में problem है, paper setter में problem है, paper evaluation में problem है, instructional material में problem है, student की input level में problem है. There can be any number of problems. Then language can be a problem. Inadequate coverage of contents. Again, table of specifications can ensure that. So my dear friends, I will like to pause here for a minute let me go to skip this thing and straight we come to three things which are most important. Then we'll come down to the subject of table of specification. I'm skipping some of these things because this is little theory about the student evaluation. Yeah, three major important essential quality or characteristics of a test. I said reliability, validity, and practicality. Now we will just touch upon these three terms so that you have already the understanding of that. Let me give you definitions. What is the reliability is, what is validity is. I will not go there further details, but I will give you the definition so that you understand it very well. By definition, reliability, I like to give you 1 or 2 minutes to read this definition. Yes? Have you been able to understand this definition? आपने एक टेस्ट दिया, आपने उसी सब्जेक्ट में एक और टेस्ट दिया कुछ दिनों के बाद. What is the correlation between the scores of the two tests? If they are very close to each other, we say it is a reliable. What I said, what Shalini has measured and what Samandar Sanji has measured, if there is a not much deviation between the two, then it is a reliable measure of the room size. But if there is a lot of difference, then there is a problem. या तो उनका स्कोर गलत है या इनका स्कोर गलत है. Then in this case, my test is wrong. My testing procedures are having a problem. All right? Are you clear on this now? Reliability? Okay. Reliability is a term used to describe one of the most significant properties of a set of test score. It is a measurement of correlation of test scores. Okay? Measurement test score का जो आपके measurement में जो आपके 25 feet and 2 inches और 6 inches का है वो score हो गया ना. Yeah. How consistent or error free that measurements are. Low reliability indicates unhealthy testing situation, and problem can be number with the test, characteristics of the examinee, testing conditions, or combination of this. The problem can be with the test itself, the problem can be characteristics of the examinee जिसको examine किया जा रहा है, or it can be combination of this. Now we will quickly see, I like to shift to the reliability term, then we will come back to that. This is how we can, by bringing about objectivity in your subjective testing, you can increase the reliability and validity. And by increasing the number of test items, you can again increase the objectivity. You can increase the objectivity. Okay, now spend 1 minute time on reading the definition of validity. Now we are challenging the very ruler with which we are measuring the room. Not subject to the person who is measuring the rule or on the score which you are getting, but ruler itself. उसकी calibration के ऊपर यहाँ पे question है on valid. Whether this tool is valid. Whether the test items I am putting in my question paper, they are measuring what they are supposed to measure. Are they measuring higher level ability of the student, or they are measuring only the memory of the student? Now question is, if they are measuring only the memory, then my ruler is wrong. Isn't it so? It is not measuring what it is supposed to measure. So this is what the validity is about. Okay, so to have a good test, we must ensure that what we want to test that should be tested. And then it should be used by the people consistently in the same fashion. Everyone in the system, whosoever set the paper, should be able to set the question paper so that there is no much deviation between the scores of the student tested at different times. Now, what is the term validity when applied to a set of test scores refers to consistency, accuracy with which the score measure a particular attribute or the ability. जो उसकी ability है उसको कितनी accurately वो measure कर रहा है. That is your validity. Thus, there are two aspects of validity: what is measured and how consistently. How consistency जो है, that is a measure of reliability. So, reliability is an essential qualification for being the test to be valid. वो तो उसको मापना ही चाहिए. Then only we can say that consistently उसका काम हो रहा है. Thus, the reliability is a necessary ingredient of validity, but not sufficient to ensure that it is valid. All right. I will be again skipping some of these slides because I want to spend last 15-20 minutes to give you a flavor of table of specification, because some of my friends may not be familiar with that. We will try to do that. Then practicality is length of test. आपका टेस्ट की 3 घंटे का है तो 2 घंटे में खत्म नहीं होना चाहिए, 4 घंटे में भी खत्म नहीं होना चाहिए. Characteristic of the student, language should be such. Practically आपने language ऐसी डाल दी, it can be practical problem. The conditions of the test, the lighting condition, the quietness, the temperature, the conducive environment in which they are sitting, all things are practical conditions. Now, I will be now stopping this slides here and go to the table of specification part. Now, we have over and over realized that table of specification, especially for the theory exam, are very important to bring about reliability, validity, and practical conditions. तो other conditions हैं, उसकी हम बात नहीं करेंगे अभी. That has to be maintained anyway. For understanding the table of specification, let us have a very quick recap on Bloom's taxonomy. All right. So when we are testing the student in theory, what we are trying to test is test their cognitive ability, their thinking ability, their mental, their intellectual capabilities. Now, Bloom classified the different levels of intellectual capabilities of the person, starting from knowledge, where he can recognize and recall information. What we say, memory or rote learning. कितना वो information को recognize कर रहा है और recall कर रहा है information को memory based. This is the first level of your development of your mind. All right. The second is you not only are able to recall, but you drive meanings. You are able to understand. A little higher level mental ability where you are not able to only recall that information, but you are able to understand. You can differentiate things from one to other. That you can do only with the help of understanding. All right. So if I tell you about subjectivity and objectivity, just now I gave you example. Now today you are able to now understand the difference. All right. You are not only able to define what is subjectivity and objectivity. आप लोगों ने define कर दिया. Subjective test में long answer होते हैं, long question होते हैं. Objective test में multiple choice question. But you are not able to understand the difference between the two. But after now this class, you understand the difference. So this is a higher level. You comprehend these two terms. So in the technical education system also, in any system, comprehension is a higher level than just knowing the things. All right. When you try to draw the meanings. Then the third thing is you are able to now apply that knowledge in a given situation. This is the third level. You know the tables. Now You understand the tables. Now you go to the market, you are able to calculate the price of a commodity. Application of tables. You know the tables. You can now apply the tables and find out how many tiles are required in the room by calculating the area of the room, calculating the area of the tile. So you understand it. Now you are applying this table to calculate. Simple applications. All right. So this is little higher than understanding. I'm just giving you small examples here. But then in life, we do not only have to apply, we have to analyze. This is little higher level. We have to analyze the things also. Every problem is not as simple as calculate the area of tile. The problems can be very complex. When I have to ask somebody, I give example from civil engineering, so you can think of example from your respective disciplines also. When I have to find out the amount of steel required in a particular beam, simple table application will not work there. You have to analyze the load coming on that steel. No? That member of the building. उस beam के ऊपर कितना load आएगा, you have to analyze that. Then only you will be able to apply what principles you have learned to calculate the amount of steel. Or the concrete mix design you will be able to make depending on the analysis you will be able to do, how much compressive loads are going to come, how many tensile loads will become, how much the wind load, how much the earthquake, so many other things. You will now, for all these things to happen, simple application will not work. You have to analyze. So this is a little higher level. All right. When you are, the role of the doctor is not to prescribe medicines. He has to analyze. Medicines can be given by pharmacists. A pharmacist is more expert than the doctor as far as medicines are concerned. But he is not expert in diagnosing. Analyzing कि क्यों हो रहा है, कैसे कैसे हो रहा है, कैसे कैसे नहीं हो रहा है. All right? Differentiate हो गया दोनों में, तीनों में. Then the still higher level is that of when you are able to synthesize the knowledge gained to work out your own unique solution. So much of bars with a particular diameter. Somebody else may give the same safe beam with different configuration. Some doctor may treat the patient giving this medicine, some doctor may give without medicine or very little medicine or some other medicine, some other therapy. So he is now able to synthesize the knowledge and skills which he has gained through the whole MBBS and MD and whatever degrees he has gone for a particular thing, and his solution is a unique solution. This is what is required from an engineer, a graduate engineer. Otherwise, there are codes available, there are books available, everything is. आजकल तो software भी available है जो आपको सब कुछ निकाल के दे देंगे. So there is a need of an engineer if you are not able to synthesize your knowledge and skills to give your unique, creative solutions to a problem. Then the still higher level is evaluation. This is really a very, very high level, especially at the postgraduate and at the PhD level, when you challenge the very principles. Okay, you say so and so, but this is not true. You say that this is not true. This is true under certain conditions. We say in engineering, this principle holds true under certain boundary conditions. Okay, within these conditions, the law of gravity, the law of friction, there are so many things they fail in under different boundary conditions. For example, if I say that a feather and a piece of iron, if we allow them to fall down, the law of gravity says they should fall at the same time. But practically, does it happen? So there is certain boundary condition under which the law of gravity fails. But if you create a vacuum and take the feather and a piece of iron, they will strike on the same time. I have a video, I'm not showing you right now here, but then they have done this experiment under certain boundary conditions. So at the stage of evaluation, you are evaluating under what conditions, under what conditions certain principles which you have taught are holds good or. So now my dear friends, once this thing is clear to you, now your subjects are having certain learning outcomes. Whether your students should be able to know, or they should be able to apply, or they should be able to synthesize, or they should be able to evaluate. Each topic in each subject has a different learning outcome. If your question paper, when you're setting a question paper, let us say in the topic, the requirement of the learning outcome is he should be able to analyze. But your question paper is limited to apply. Will be able to solve the question paper. Is it a good question paper? So your basic ruler, the basic measuring instrument of the competency of the student is wrong. We wanted to measure whether he is able to analyze, but our question is whether he is able to apply. Are you with me on this? Or should I repeat further? हमारा क्वेश्चन पेपर ही गलत हो रहा है. हमने एक हायर लेवल की कंपिटेंसी पढ़ानी थी, करिकुलम के अंदर लिखी हुई है, लेकिन जब हमने स्टूडेंट की मेजरमेंट करी, स्टूडेंट की जब हमने इवैल्यूएशन करी, हमने उस लेवल तक क्वेश्चन ही नहीं पूछा, मे बी ABC रीजंस, एंड हमने क्वेश्चन पूछ लिया लोअर लेवल का, एंड ही स्कोर्स वेरी हाई. नाउ द इंडस्ट्री सेज कि आपके बच्चों को आता नहीं है. फिर when they go to the industry, ultimately the feedback from the industry is आपके स्टूडेंट को बीम डिजाइन करना नहीं आता. आपने कहा कि हमने तो उसको RCC में 100% स्कोर लेके गया बच्चा, उसको भी नहीं आ रहा. Somewhere wrong in our evaluation system, isn't it so? So your student evaluation governs your teaching learning processes also in the classroom. You know that the students know that in the final I will be asked questions on analysis. You will be teaching, keeping that into focus in the classroom. Students will be studying that thing when they are preparing for the exam. Now, for that to happen, we have a tool called table of specification, which is just like giving you an accurate, calibrated ruler for measuring the length of a room. Now, just 2-3 minutes on this, then we will be, this is how I propose. If there is a blackboard or whiteboard, I could have done better job, but then this is how I try to do. Are you able to read at the various centers? This? Are you able to read?
Yes, sir.
आपको ये पढ़ा जा रहा है?
हाँ जी, हाँ जी. Yes, sir.
Okay, I try to enlarge it to the extent possible. So what we propose, this is the minimum and not the only thing to be done. This is the minimum, but then minimum thing you can do when you are setting up a question paper, when you're teaching a subject, prepare a table of specification for each subject, each theory subject. What you need to do is, do not get confused by this table. Go with me. You have on the left hand side serial number. In the serial number you put topic number 1, topic number 2, topic number 3, topic number 4, topic number 5. If there are 10 topics, 10. If there are 5 topics, 5. If there are 7 topics, 7. And then you put that topic also here. Topic का कोई title होगा, introduction, this, that. Title भी यहाँ पे आप mention कर लीजिए. If it is not mentioned in the syllabus, you try to find out what the topic is about, mention that here. Then you try to find out how much time is allotted in hours to that topic. If this is not part of your curriculum, if this is not part of the syllabus which is given to you for teaching, try to work it out yourself. Let us say, if you are having a subject 4 dash, 4 lectures, no theory, no tutorials, no practicals. Ignore the tutorials and practicals. I'm talking about the theory exam. So, when we say 4 dash, it means, according to AICT, you are having 16 weeks. 16 weeks per semester. So, you have roughly 64 hours to teach that subject. Out of that 64 hours, topic number 1 को कितने घंटे आप देना चाहते हैं? Copy topic number 2 को, topic number 3 को, topic number 4 को. Simple? Simple? Understandable by everyone? You assign the hours required to teach with different topics and mention it in B table. Table here, in the B column of the table. Okay? यहाँ पे कोई 10 आ जाएगा, 15 आ जाएगा, 16 आ जाएगा, 20 आ जाएगा. The total should be 64 or 50 hours. जितने hour उस total subject के पास आपके पास available है. Now this is helping you in two ways. Number one is helping you in table of specification. Number two is it is also a guideline when you are, let us say, teaching a subject. You know that how much time I have spent on topic number 1 and topic number 2. It may not be very rigid, but then it gives you some guidelines to the teachers also. Okay. Now let us say in many boards and universities the external evaluation may be of 50 marks, or it can be 75 marks, or it can be 40 marks in 80 hours. 80 marks का question paper है या 100 marks का paper. I will be now remove the confusion. I will calculate out of 100. If 80 mark है तो you can proportionate it to 80%. 80 marks में कर लीजिए. Now percentage weightage here in column C to topic number 1 is depending on the time you have spent on teaching that subject, that topic. That is topic number 1 को आपने इतना time दिया, उसके मुताबिक how much marks you want to assign to topic number 1. Out of 100 marks, how much marks question paper should be set up from topic number 7, from topic number 8. So you have total of C column is 100. Is it all right by everyone? No confusion up to now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have now distributed the whole subject topic wise in terms of hours required, and also you have a guideline topic number 1 में से, topic number 2 में से, topic number 7 में से कितने मार्क के क्वेश्चन पेपर आपको सेट करने हैं. All right. Now in column D we have mentioned modified percentage weightage to be given to different topics. Modified weightage क्या है? According to time you have calculated how many marks, but in your own wisdom, let us say if there are 7 teachers teaching a subject, they may have a feeling they should sit down together, or if you are the only one, then you sit down and think about it. According to time, I need to give 5 marks, but I feel this is a very trivial topic. It will be covered anyways in the topic number 7, so I like to give 2 marks only. You have a now freedom to deviate from the actual time which you have calculated based on the time. In your own wisdom, you feel that topic number 7 is a big topic and a very, very comprehensive topic. More number of question papers should be asked from there. More marks should be allotted there, so you can do that. But my dear friends, just one precaution here: do not use your discretion too much. It should be close to, very, very close to the time allotted, as far as possible. But in some cases, in certain subject areas, it may be, especially in the questions like in the subjects like design, the higher level question topics can be assigned more marks, where you are judging the competence of the student of the lower level through higher level questions anyways. यहाँ तक कोई confusion नहीं है. आपके total यहाँ पे भी 100 आने चाहिए. Now you have very clearly defined in topic number 1 how many marks question I have to ask. Now I have put the word here K, C, A and HA. K stands for knowledge, C stands for comprehension, A stands for, HA stands for higher than application, analysis, synthesis and evaluation. You can actually expand it further if you want to, but I like to limit it to HA only. Especially for the polytechnic and graduate engineers, we say HA. Synthesis and analysis and synthesis, evaluation is very rare conditions. That is done in only in the postgraduate or in the PhD type of when you're testing the principles itself. All right. So now you इतने नंबर का क्वेश्चन है आपके पास, उसमें से नॉलेज लेवल के क्वेश्चन कितने पूछने हैं आपके? How many marks to be assigned framing a question of knowledge? How many marks to the comprehension? In many conditions, you may have 0 on knowledge, 0 on comprehension, more on application. You may have some on knowledge, some on comprehension, rest on higher than application. You know, it is all discretion. But you make a conscientious effort, sitting in your cabin, spend a lot of time before you set up a question paper, maybe 2 days, 3 days time. You may take help from the other teachers teaching the same subject area and then take a decision. And when you set up a question paper now, you have a table of specification. You will set up a question paper of comprehension level from topic number 1 of so many marks. You will set up a question of application in nature, which will judge the application ability of the student from topic number 7 of so many marks. Are you getting my point? Any questions, my dear friends? Clear?
Yes, sir. Clear, sir. Thank you.
Okay. I go a little step higher than this, one step higher than this only. Now, many boards and universities have taken up this format of examination. They set up certain objective type questions, certain short answer type questions, and certain essay type questions. This is a very, very, very good. Long back in this institute, I undertook a project on preparing a manual for external evaluation, and we guided this. And many boards and universities today are following this pattern. They have certain, let us say if there are 100 marks, they say 20 marks for objective type, 20 marks maybe or 40 marks for the short answer type, and 40 marks for the long answer type questions. So if you have that pattern, then you can have topic, and then objective type में जो 20 questions हैं, उनकी nature क्या होगी? Knowledge, comprehension, application, and T stands for total. Because higher than application cannot be asked through objective testing. That is why we have to go for the subjective test. Let us say आपके पास total 5 नंबर हैं पूछने वाले, या 1 नंबर है, 2 नंबर है. In certain topics you may not have objective type question, but in many topics you may have objective type questions. So similarly, short answer may be knowledge, comprehension, application, higher than application. But in short answer also, you can go up to analysis. But for synthesis, you have to go for the essay type question. So if you have assigned more number of marks to the higher level abilities, so your more marks will be reflected in the essay type question. But then this once the table is ready with you, then when you're setting up a question paper, keep it in front of you and use appropriate action verb in your question paper, and then you will never go wrong. You have a right ruler with you. This is a ruler with you. आपको exactly पता है क्या मापना है. It is a valid tool. It is measuring what it is supposed to measure. And anybody, if you are not setting up a question paper, somebody else is setting up a question paper, he will also set so many marks question paper and up to so much of level from a particular topic. No? So there will be consistency also, whether he tests or somebody else is testing. So reasonable amount of subjectivity has been converted into objectivity by increasing number of items, by having this table of specifications. My dear friends, I like to close my session here. If there are any questions on student evaluation, we can think about that.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much. I hope you have understood. And if you have not understood, we normally have a complete 5 days program only on student evaluation. I have not gone into the details of how to write multiple choice questions, how to write short answer type questions, how to write the essay type questions. I have not gone on those details, but I have given you an overview when you are implementing the curriculum as a curriculum implementer, you have to type question paper. These terms should be clear to you. What is reliability? What is objective testing? What is validity? What is practical conditions? कैसी होनी चाहिए? कैसे नहीं होनी चाहिए? How to write a table of specifications.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Dr. Singla, for your wonderful session.
Thank you very much, sir. Any questions?
Sir, hello.
Yes.
सर इसमें एक चीज निकल के आई कि इथिकल फैक्टर बहुत जरूरी है सर टीचिंग में.
Say again, sir.
Ethical factor, sir. Ethical factor. The ethics of the teaching, sir.
Yes, yes.
When you're teaching, when you're assessing, when you're making question papers, when you evaluate or when you're making the result.
Yes. There should be a reasonable amount of academic autonomy to be a good to implement a good curriculum. But then, yes, what the system is, within that system, whatever best we can do, we can brainstorm and do that best things. I agree, yes, with you. I agree with you on this. Sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful.
Thank you so much. And we close the session here. Then, if there are no questions in the house in the studio also here, I hope that you enjoyed this session, and this will bring about some amount of improvement in your student evaluation systems and your assessment systems also. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Enjoy your evening.